we go. Thank you. Welcome to the Piqua City Commission meeting for Tuesday, August 18, 2026. Call the meeting to order, and we'll start by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner Simmons?
Here.
Commissioner Walker?
Here.
Mayor Vetter?
Here.
Commissioner Wade?
Here.
Commissioner DeBras?
Here.
Next, we'll entertain a motion to approve the business agenda.
So moved. Second.
Been moved and seconded that the business agenda, including the rules of conduct, be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The motion is approved. Now we're going to work through a whole series of minutes. The first is the approval of the minutes from the July 21st executive session and regular city commission meeting. That was tabled, so we'll have to untable first and then come back to that. Motion to untable.
Motion to untable. Second.
Moved and seconded that the tabled nature of the minutes from July 21 be untabled. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That motion is untabled. Now we'll consider the minutes from the July 21st meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the July 21st meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded that the minutes of the July 21st, 2026 executive session and regular city commission meeting be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The minutes of July 21 are approved. Next, we'll consider the minutes from the July 27th executive session.
I move to approve the minutes from July 27th, 2026.
Second.
Moved and seconded that the minutes from the July 27, 2026 executive session be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Those minutes are approved. Next, we'll look at the approval of the minutes from the July 28, 2026 executive session.
So moved.
Moved. Is there support for that motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded that the approval of the minutes from July 28, 2026 be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Those minutes are approved. Next, we'll look at the minutes from the August 3, 2026 regular commission meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the minutes from the August 3rd, 2026 meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded that the minutes of the August 3rd regular city commission meeting be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Those minutes are approved. Lastly, we will look at the minutes from August 11, the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the minutes from the Tuesday, August 11th, 2026 public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of order.
Please.
In looking at the commissioner comments, under my comments, it simply had that I said that we had 22 speakers tonight, and of that, 21 or 95.4% spoke against this data center. And it wasn't really that they spoke against the data center, it was against the AES deal that we're voting on tonight. Also, there was a lot of other things that I said in there that didn't make it into the minutes.
Other comments?
What else did you say in those minutes that didn't make it in?
Let's see, there was a nice little story about ethics.
Okay.
Made it into the paper, didn't make it in the minutes, so. Anyway, you can go ahead and vote on it, I'll just be voting no.
Okay. Is there support for the minutes as presented?
if that was actually in there, I vaguely remember it, but if that wasn't, if that was supposed to be in there, I say we table it and add it, go back and look at it.
Second.
We have a motion on the table a motion on the floor to table the minutes from August 11th public hearing. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. The minutes from August 11 public hearing meeting are tabled. Next, we'll move on to old business. We're going to discuss ordinance number O-7-26, the third reading.
An ordinance approving a franchise between the Dayton Power and Light Company doing business as AES Ohio and the City of Piqua to permit AES Ohio to construct, maintain, and operate electric utility facilities within the City of Piqua, Ohio, for the provision of electric utility service to J5 LLC for a period of 30 years, automatically renewing for successive one-year terms thereafter.
My understanding is we have tabled that motion in the past. We'll need to have a motion to untable.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded that the nature of ordinance number O-7-26, which has been tabled, will be untabled. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
Let's take a roll call.
Commissioner Simmons,
Nay.
Commissioner Walker,
Aye.
Mayor Vedder,
Aye.
Commissioner Wade,
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras.
Aye.
The ordinance is untabled. Now we'll have a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. As noted, this will serve as the third reading of this ordinance. The meeting materials before you this evening include the amendments to the ordinance as published on August 10th, 2026, prior to the public hearing on this item. Those amendments included a provision requiring an annual $1 million franchise fee payment to the city, a provision allowing the city to terminate the agreement for failure to make the franchise fee payment, and a reduction in the initial term of the franchise period to be 30 years. Staff has no other comments as staff report this evening.
Any other comments from staff? Okay. We have a number of comment cards. We'll start with Valerie Mulligan.
I wish I wasn't the first, but that's okay. Somebody's got to do it, right? Good evening, Commissioners. I am going to urge you to reconsider this deal. $1 million is not sufficient. This deal is going to hurt not just our citizens in our community, but it is going to hurt citizens around our community that also are on AES. I work with a lot of people who live on fixed incomes and cannot afford to have their bills continue to go up. AES is in the process of negotiating a deal with another company where they're going to be selling out to a private enterprise, which means then the private enterprise can charge what they want because they are no longer governed by the Public Utilities Commission, which means that our neighbors to the south, the north, the east, the west, all get whatever we decide in this city today. This is not a good deal. You guys have got to stop this. Rewind, delay until their sale goes through, investigate other power companies that have the ability to meet the data center needs. There are other utility companies that can do it. Our utility company, I understand, cannot. I respect that RJ has done his homework, and I really do appreciate his comments at the hearing last week. Thank you. But we've got other options, and we do not have to rush through this. And you guys, you've got to be responsible with what you have here in the city of Piqua, especially as you're annexing in property, getting very close to mine. And if I'm going to be in the city limits, I'm going to see about taking somebody's seat. Thank you.
Next, I have a public comment card from Dash Underwood.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hey, I just wanted to start by saying that I don't agree with some of the decisions that you guys have made while sitting on those seats. But I didn't run for commission, and I don't want your job. And frankly, it seems awful. Instead, I voted for someone to represent me so that I don't have to. And I put my trust in the people who are willing to step up and serve our community. That means that I can disagree with your decisions while still recognizing and appreciating what you're willing to do for Piqua. And I want to say thank you. I know that you didn't ask for everything that has been put on your plate while you're in those seats. You didn't volunteer for public service expecting to deal with name-calling and accusations and slander and threats and personal attacks and constant negativity. I also know that none of you answered the call for service to your community expecting to deal with everything that landed, such as the sudden retirement of the city manager and the largest and most controversial economic development project that our city has ever seen, and the incredible amount of anger and nastiness surrounding some of these issues. That's a lot for any group of people to have to deal with. I know that you've made the best decisions that you can with the information that you've had at the time that you needed to make them, with what you believe is in the best interest of the community. That doesn't mean that every decision will be the absolute best that it could be under ideal circumstances, and it doesn't mean that everyone will agree, and it doesn't mean that I've agreed with them, but disagreement is healthy, and that's one of the things that I really want to emphasize here tonight. Disagreement is healthy. What matters is that the disagreement is respectful and it's based on facts. In fact, the vocal community behind me has highlighted some weaknesses in the offers, and their vocalness has put the city in a better position to get a better deal in recent weeks. So there's been a lot of criticism and negativity directed towards the commission recently. Those people have every right to come to these meetings and express their concerns. We need that dialogue in order to have a healthy community. But the people who are the most vocal don't necessarily represent the entire community. There are people in Piqua who support the direction the city is taking. There are people who appreciate the time, thought, and decisions that go into leading the city. There are people who may not agree with every decision, but still respect the people who have stepped up to serve, and I'm one of those people. I also think it's important to highlight the nuance of the time that we live in and recognize the way that social media is influencing our lives today. Facebook and other social media platforms use algorithms that tend to show people more and more of the content that they already engage with and agree with. If you constantly interact with people who share your opinions, the algorithm keeps feeding you more of those opinions. Eventually, it can create the impression that everyone thinks the same way you do. You can look at your Facebook feed and think that everyone in Piqua is angry about something, or that everyone agrees with your particular opinion, when that may not actually be the cause or be the case. I think it's easy when you're sitting up there and hearing criticism over and over to lose sight of the fact that there are people who appreciate the work that you five are doing. There are people who aren't showing up to meetings and aren't coming up to this microphone. There are people who aren't posting on Facebook. There are people who may not agree with you, but do still appreciate the fact that you're willing to serve. And I want to make sure that you guys hear from at least one of those people tonight. And I want to make sure that I close with some appreciation. Thank you guys for being willing to serve. Thank you for putting yourselves in a position where you are going to receive criticism regardless of the decisions you make. Thank you for giving your time to the community, and thank you for continuing to do your job even when it isn't easy. Thank you I don't agree with everything you've done, and I probably never will, but I respect the fact that you're willing to step up and do the job. I just want to make sure that tonight you hear from at least one voice expressing appreciation for the work that you do. And in closing, I just want to reiterate the following. Disagreement is healthy. Everyone should be respectful. The loudest voices aren't necessarily in the majority. There are a lot of people in our town, just like me, who would prefer to stay off the radar and not paint a bullseye on our backs, and you guys do have support. And lastly, there's a sign that hangs on the wall at my kids' schools that I would be willing to donate if the city would be willing to hang in these chambers, that says "Think before you speak." And "think" is in capital letters, and the T stands for "Is it true?" The H stands for "Is it helpful?" The I stands for "Is it important?" The N is necessary, and the K is kind. And I think that's a great thing to live by, and I remind my kids of that all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Alexander Hessler.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to switch it up. Can everybody kind of hear me?
No, sir, you need to address the commission. You
We're
need
going to switch it up.
You need to address the commission. Your job is to address the commission.
Okay. I only say that because we really haven't gotten a lot from you guys. We really haven't gotten a lot. A little correction from the last time that I spoke. RJ is correct that the peak usage in Piqua was about 65 megawatts. I incorrectly said that. But I do want to go over the numbers some more from the last time that we talked. So I did some calculations from what somebody else brought up, I believe it was John, about what we're giving away in this agreement tonight. Like, if this gets voted in, I just want everybody to be clear that the taxes alone, the excise tax calculated out, I'm not going to go through the whole math, but the excise tax just totally calculated out, it is just under $500 million for the 30 years. And that's a 30-year agreement. By 2034, when the data center is fully operational, the city of Piqua should be getting $18 million a year. Like, that's what we're losing. Like, if you guys sign this tonight, that's what Piqua loses out on. That is just the excise tax that Piqua would be getting. I know as long as Piqua was the retail provider, like, I get that. But that's a massive amount of money. Now, let's switch gears a little bit and what AES is actually going to make, because some of my projections were a little bit off. So what they're going to do, a 6-mile, 345 kV line, that's going to be $21 million. The substation for the data center specifically, $250 million. The grid interconnection upgrades, $100 million. It's about $371 million. Their 9.8% return that Mr. Beeler said is what the regulated return is. They're going to get $36.4 million a year. That's what AES is going to get. That's their regulated return. Now, some of the other stuff that I don't know exactly how all these agreements work and what AES can truly take home, but they're going to be getting from the data center in transmission costs alone between $36 and $51 million a year. That's a crazy amount. That is a crazy amount. Piqua should be getting some of that, and you know, this is kind of crazy. Like, I see a post right before I get here, you know, that now it's Meta. Can we agree that it's Meta? Are we okay saying it's Meta? Because, like, we should be negotiating with Meta. That's who we should be negotiating with. Like, we should not be negotiating with J5 LLC. Now the cat's out of the bag. Guys, just vote this down. Negotiate with Meta. You don't have exit clauses, you don't have those protections for people, you don't have anything in this agreement. You don't have, it's not enforceable. Like, J5 could just cease to exist tomorrow, and the city's on the hook for everything. So, I mean, as long as we can say it's Meta, let's negotiate with Meta. Let's do it. Let's negotiate with Meta. That's what we should be doing. Truly. I mean, does anybody have any objections? I mean, if you guys want to say something from the audience, but, like, that's what we should be doing. Especially now that Meta is saying, yep, we can give you $8 million. Well, that's nice, but that's not enough. That's not enough. $18 million a year just for the excise tax. I mean, I'm also kind of disappointed that we didn't hear about that number, because somebody asked, get the numbers, and you guys just didn't. You just didn't say anything. Like, that was from the public hearing. Somebody's like, hey, what is the number? Mr. DeBross, you said get the number. We didn't hear it. Guys, what are we doing? We're not even talking numbers. We need to talk numbers and really negotiate. We need to get the best deal for Piqua, and really the greater area. But I'm selfish. I live in Piqua. Give me the best deal for Piqua citizens. That's what we got to be doing. Am I on base, off base, anybody? Like, that's what we got to be doing. And like I said, I'm a little disappointed that we just didn't hear any update, no staff report, nothing. A little disappointed. How much time do I have left? We don't have a TV today, or are they not running?
20 seconds.
Nice. No, I just, in closing, like, guys, like, it feels like we're not being heard. Really feels like we're not being heard. This deal is not good. Even if you're pro data center, this is not a good deal. Like, just hands down. So that's what I'll say. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment.
Mr. Mayor. RJ, a couple questions from that one. Mr. Hessler referred to the excise tax, which I believe is referring to the kilowatt hour tax. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that in order for the city to be able to collect that tax, that we have to be the retail provider of that power. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
If AES provides the retail power, where does the kilowatt hour tax go to?
It goes to the general the general revenue fund of the state.
And we have discussed ad nauseum that the city of Piqua does not have the capacity, capability, or access to the capital to supply that type of power load, correct?
Yes, correct.
Correct. So the kilowatt hour tax then is not, I'm failing to understand how we can give something away that we don't have the capability or the capacity to actually provide. Am I missing something here?
No,
Has
Commissioner.
anybody offered us to pay for that hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure to give us the capacity?
please.
No, Commissioner, they have not.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions?
I have a question that goes back to Valerie's question. When AES sells, are they still governed by the Public Utilities Commission?
We have Rob Beeler here. Rob, would you mind speaking to that structure?
The purchase by BlackRock to AES it requires PUCO approval, and we will still be regulated by the PUCO following acquisition.
Thank you.
Other questions? We'll move on. I have a comment card from Alicia Lang. Is Alicia here?
She's coming.
I saw her.
Hello. So I don't really, once again, believe that any of you are going to change your minds. Doesn't matter really what anyone up here says. That's my opinion, and that is, it's very sad. We should be able to come up here and have a good, healthy dialogue and feel like we're being listened to. We're not. Social media has been brought up. It's very interesting that this topic has now reached 2.3 million views in the past 28 days. It's a very heavily monitored topic. We wish that you guys would make a decision that would make healthy choices for the entire community moving forward. But I just want to say that at the end of this, when I assume you're just going to approve it and continue to be irresponsible, that there are citizens that are willing to file a referendum to kill this. So be on the look for that. We need 750 signatures to kill your deal. So data center can't operate without power, right? So God bless Piqua.
Thanks for your comment. I have a comment card from Susan Seidel.
I'm Susan Speidel.
Sorry.
That's okay. And I really don't have a lot to say tonight, but I thought I would start out with, I don't know how many country music fans we have in here, but I saw a little correlation with one of the current country music songs. It's about a story of 4 generations of men. And the father says, we don't have time to leave anyone out. When you pass on, what you gonna pass down? And I think that that's really where we're at now. That's what this is about. This isn't about you. It's not about me. It's not about my children. It's about their children. Because the decisions that we're gonna make here are generational. It can never be undone. The land can never go back to normal. And there are consequences to our decisions now that have a ripple effect, a big ripple effect throughout this community. And I personally don't have any children. I wasn't blessed with any. I'm a wonderful auntie to all, but I don't have any of my own. I have a million other ones, but I think that's really something that we need to think about. Who is going to carry on, and what are we going to leave them with? So that's my biggest message. The other question that I had was in regard to, in the contract, that the data center had full right to the contiguous land to grow. Did I understand that correctly? That they have first right of refusal to the contiguous property?
Mm-hmm.
That is correct?
I'll get clarification for you.
Oh, okay. Later, I guess? Oh, okay. I don't know how that works. But that's a concern for me. The other concern I have, I just did a little research. Alicia's a research gal. I'm a big picture kind of gal. Was that I initially understood, or at least I thought, that the city was looking to move this power station. The city owns the adjacent land currently. So I'm thinking, okay, if the city puts in a data center, I'm not for it in any way, shape, or form, but I could see that with the infrastructure being built for the data center, that would facilitate or ease facilitation of bringing in some manufacturing or other sources that would actually provide some jobs for people here in Piqua. Because we know the data center is not a job provider. I mean, that is not its function, period. Yeah, that's not its function. But maybe the infrastructure upgrades could help facilitate that. But then I became very concerned when it said in the contract that the data center has first right of refusal to contiguous property, which would be the upgraded land. So that's a concern that I have. Not happy about any of this. I'm really not. I'm concerned about our resources. Oh, I thought you were laughing at me. Oh, I'm like, excuse me? What did I do?
We're very happy with you.
Okay.
You are spot on. Because what the decision makes tonight.
Ma'am, we have Mrs. Speidel.
Yeah, that's okay. So, but anyway, I mean, I think, I really want you guys, I mean, I'm begging you, dig deep. dig deep into your soul. This isn't final, okay? We have an opportunity to move in a different direction. And don't let desperation be the driver. You know, we're desperate for economic development. I get it. So is everybody. But a bad deal is always a bad deal, okay? I've negotiated plenty of deals, and a bad deal's a bad deal, and you're better to walk away. You know, and that's what I want to encourage you to do.
Thank you for your comment.
You're welcome. Is my time up?
Yeah, it is.
Well, thank you. I think I know my time's up, but I really think this is very inappropriate that the machinery is not functioning properly. I mean, this to me shows disrespect to your citizens. Somebody should be able to make this function. This is an extremely important meeting. And it appears that you're trying to hinder our ability to exercise our rights as citizens. And you guys got to do better. You know, you have to do better, because then you won't get all the crap that you get.
We
Because people
understand that the lightning strike took out part of the equipment, and that's
Okay,
the
well,
problem.
you know what, you know what I would say? Then, you know what would be appropriate is to start the meeting. I'm sorry, people, we've had a lightning strike, our equipment was damaged, and we cannot facilitate that for you today. That's how I handle my meetings, and I've handled a lot of really big meetings, okay? But you need communication. Proper communication is what makes a good deal.
Thank you for
Okay,
comment.
so, I mean, I'm just saying so that everybody doesn't hate you all the time, you know, I'm trying to help you.
Questions from Commissioner?
Chris, RJ, would either one of you like to address the contiguous parcel provision in this?
Yeah, the language in the franchise agreement provides AES the opportunity to serve this data center and this customer on the 607 acres, I believe it is listed, at this site. Should that business expand onto contiguous property, this franchise agreement and the terms of it will follow that expansion. They do not have a first right of refusal on any land that I'm aware of, but the concept that's included in the franchise agreement is to allow AES to continue to serve them should their footprint increase at this site.
So the answer is yes.
Well, the answer is that yes, if it is the same owner of the parcel that's next with the same use, they are able to move. If that property that is contiguous is not the same owner or the same use, then AES is not able to serve that property. That then it would fall back to the city of Piqua to serve that property. Well, it could be, it couldn't be. Correct.
But let's just work with, you know, what probably might happen, you know. I mean, we're gonna be the 11th 1,400 megawatt data center in the nation. 14th. The 14th.
RJ, did you have a comment?
That's big.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Spidell did mention something about the infrastructure that's being built by the city, and you were pretty spot on with that. And this kind of in my lane as the power system director. The customer is paying for quite a bit of infrastructure down to the site to serve their construction power load, which will become assets of the city and set the city up to serve the rest of whatever development may happen there. And so I just wanted to touch on that as.
And I understand that.
Thank you. Thank you. Would you touch on the prospect of who owns the land out there? I mean, we've zoned it, but who actually owns the land other than the proposed site for the data center?
I don't know. I don't know who owns the land. The city does not.
All right, other questions? I have a comment card from Glenna Folks.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
In 1755, Benjamin Franklin made an address during a political dispute in Philadelphia where he noted the constant tension that exists between maintaining order and preserving freedom. It was during this speech that he said, "It is the first responsibility of every citizen to question authority." It was during this pre-revolutionary era when Franklin wrote and spoke so prolifically about liberty, public safety, and civic duty. And he famously reminded his listeners that the American constitutional system is a republic, if you can keep it, emphasizing that active and thoughtful participation by citizens is required to sustain it. During my youth, I worked for several years in Washington as a legislative aide in the United States Senate. It was during this time that the Clinton health care reform proposal was being legislated. This was the first bite at the apple for universal health care reform, and it was far from perfect, so much so that the act died in committee late on the evening of September 26, 1994. That initial attempt at universal health care died because of the lack of thoughtful participation and a horribly one-sided contract facing heavy criticism for the near total lack of a collaborative effort. The White House had drafted the massive overhaul behind closed doors, led by a task force chaired by none other than the First Lady, who shut out congressional lawmakers and industry stakeholders early on, alienating both Republicans and moderate Democrats. And nothing was accomplished except to drive a deep wedge between elected officials and their constituents. Tonight, we stand at the crossroads, still weighing the positive against the negative of what the proposed data center could mean to Piqua, and a severely deep and hurtful wedge which has been created because of a lack of transparency and inherent distrust between you, the commissioners, and the constituents who elected you. Something I learned from working in the U.S. Senate is that every legislative act that is created has a loophole. It requires line-by-line reading and careful parsing to find it. But a careful reader will find the gaps, the unclear words, and the exceptions. Congress would never allow itself to be backed into an agreement or a law without an escape hatch. A corporation such as Meta would not, and it would behoove you to also parse that language and find that loophole. It exists. This entire process has been rushed, and in the process, due diligence has been ignored. The reason for the rush and the heavy-handed push to at least one of you is no longer remembered. However, today, Meta showed their hand. The quick deal that avoided the normal 3 readings has slowed and is mired within the raised voices of Piqua's concerned citizens who, as Franklin predicted, are exercising their responsibility to question authority. Meta has pledged $8 million to Piqua for emergency services and equipment. And while that is not an insignificant amount, it is but just the beginning of what could be. I would suggest the commissioners practice some thoughtful consideration and look to see how much more remains on the table. And remember that you still hold most, if not all, of the cards.
I have a comment card from Kim Hessler. Is Kim? There she is.
You're talking about me?
Yes.
Heisler.
I said, I'm sorry, Heisler, sorry.
All right, so last meeting, someone had mentioned bad faith deals. Let's just do a little bit of recap again. I have here a report and recommendation regarding ordinance 0726, signed by Rick O'Brien, the interim city manager. In the very first paragraph, it says pursuant to Section 106 of the charter, blah, 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 regarding ordinance, granting the franchise to Dayton Power and Light Company, doing business as AES, has been reviewed. So my question is, and this I think was a few weeks ago that this was put out, who actually was it reviewed by? Because anybody, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an interim city manager, I'm a nobody, but a citizen, a caring citizen, and I can look at that agreement and see that there is so much left on the table. We have no safeguards or anything protecting us. We're getting nothing in return. So my first question is, who actually reviewed it? And if it was our law director, aren't, as well as the city manager and the law director, supposed to protect us as a city and as citizens? And from what I can see, the AES deal as well as the data center deal has given up our legislative rights to make different decisions later down the road. So, okay, bad faith deals, yeah, and I would appreciate that too, or at least something up there so we could see how much time we got, because that's a little annoying not to know. So bad faith deals. If in fact Ricker Graydon was a good negotiator, who we've used in multiple deals, they would have suggested, they would not have suggested an emergency reading, dropping the massive amount agenda with 300 and some pages on Halloween with a forced Monday reading, eliminating the citizens' rights to produce a referendum. That totally took us out of the picture. Does that sound like that's a good negotiation? Would they write an open-ended agreement, again, giving the commission's rights away to make changes, protecting the city or citizens, and making a statement saying the city shall help in getting any permits or anything that we need in the time that they need to be done? I don't think so. That's not a good negotiation. Wouldn't, in fact, the offer for 30 years plus $1 million have been part of the original deal instead of an afterthought for this AES deal? Does that sound like a good negotiation? 40 years with nothing in return? None of this is a good deal. This is all, well, let's see what they've got. Why wouldn't the offer of $8 million to replace the emergency services and equipment been part of the original deal? Bad faith deals, guys. This stuff should have been mentioned first off. It wasn't. To me, it sounds like bribes. Hey, you do this? Oh, we'll do that. Again, it looks like, or again, let's look at who we're dealing with. Piqua Land Company, Lex Wexner, Zuckerberg. It's dark money. It's underhanded shenanigans. Do we really want to be working with unethical deals? Don't sell us out. The data center contract also is open-ended from what I can see. We don't know what the full scope actually is, and we're still making deals as if we do know. There are so many unanswered questions. We've got no protections for us, for the city or the citizens, no environmental impacts, which should have been the very first thing they gave us. We have yet to get that. So I say vote no. The state of Ohio actually wanted to put a ban on data centers above 25 megawatt. Do you know why? Because there was zero regulations. Zero regulations. So this stuff is being created faster than they can be measures put in place to actually well, guardrails, they need to put guardrails on.
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, you're welcome. Please vote no. It does not make any sense, and it will not go. So many data centers are out there, we should be learning from them. Put a pause on it. Let Ohio State put guardrails on, and we can go from there. Thanks.
I have a comment card from Katie
Mayor.
Wagner.
Wait.
Would you like to address the report?
Bricker Graydon is who, on behalf of the city, negotiated the agreement, and it has been reviewed by the law director as well as,
I was specifically referring to the letter or the notice that you provided regarding your review of the franchise agreement.
what specifically are you looking for from it?
Here, you want this?
No.
Something else? Oh, there we go.
I think she meant the staff report.
No,
The
it's part of the charter that says any franchise agreement has to be reviewed by the city manager. You're nodding your head, Ryan. That was submitted into the agenda packet after the first reading, before the second reading.
Yes, I received the report, I reviewed the report and submitted it to the packet.
And I believe her question was who reviewed?
I did, yes.
You did. Thank you.
I can give you a copy of this, and standard to all the documents that we receive, it does not have a date, and it doesn't have a page number, so it's really hard to follow, but I'll leave a copy up here that you guys can put in, but it says it has been reviewed.
Before you do that, photocopy that and send that to all of us.
Yeah.
We need that to be public record. Thank you.
We're ready to move on. If you'd like to leave that up here, you may. I have a comment card from Katie Wagner.
Can somebody, like, 1 minute that we have left? Like,
No, you've had your opportunity.
I'm just saying, can you?
He's saying a 1 minute warning.
Yeah, can people?
Oh, 1 minute warning. I can do
okay.
it. I can do that, yes.
Yeah, we can
I
do
can
that.
do that. I'll just raise my hand when you have a minute left. How's that? Okay,
That's fine.
I can do that.
Thank you.
My timer's starting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your turn.
First, I just want to make a comment. Do you think we want to be here and do this? Like, there are people up here in support and talking about negativity. We don't want to have to be here. We really don't. And I think everybody else who wants to testify can agree. Now, before I got here, I saw the whole deal with Meta and the $8 million commitment. And I am all about giving first responders what they deserve, every resource, every funding. 100 million? Oh, yeah. I am all for economic development. But when you look at Meta, they have a $200 billion in revenue in 2025, and they had $60.5 billion in net income. So when Meta promises a $1 billion for the Future is for Everyone fund that hosts Meta data centers, that's 1.65%. When a company comes into a community, you want them to invest into the community. Nationwide, they're only investing 1.65%. That's, whatever. I'm not saying they should give all of it, but I am just trying to highlight that we have leverage. We, the people, have leverage. We are loud, and I think it is clear that now, since the chamber has brought in all these other businesses, and the city has also, from an anonymous comment that I received, encouraged other city employees to come and stand in here to take up the seats. I think it is clear that the city and the Chamber of Commerce is not for we the people. It's people over profit always. Kill the deal by killing the power. Now we move on to AES and BlackRock. Again, I don't know why we are making this deal when this is about to unfold. I don't know why we aren't tabling this again when we have questions that are being asked and the answers are, I don't know. I think we can all agree that AES, BlackRock purchasing AES is not okay, and that's on both sides of the aisle. Doesn't matter, Republican or Democrat. Privatizing public utilities, not okay. But I am here to remind you, we the people have way more power than the people in power. It is clear now that they are talking about social media. Great. I'm glad you can hear us. Talking about testimonies, behavior, and language. Great. I'm glad you can hear us. I don't support threats. I don't support arguing and disrespect. If you think we are loud now, just wait, because we're just getting started. Now, my last point is with one more point with the negativity and backlash. Somebody came up. I understand putting yourselves in those seats opens you up to a lot. Also, putting myself in this situation opens me up to a lot, but try to be a Democrat running in a red conservative MAGA area, okay? Toughen up. I am sorry, but the backlash that I receive is terrible too. And the chair of the Republican Party is in this room right now. I know what's coming my way. It stinks, but this is what people have to do to force accountability and transparency. So, just wait, because we're just getting started. I don't care if this passes or doesn't. I hope you guys listen to We the People, but we're going to be back.
I have a comment card from Kimby Lang.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here tonight because I remain deeply concerned about the proposed data center and the AES Ohio agreement that would provide the electricity necessary to operate it. I want to be very clear. This is not simply a question of economic development. It is a question of what kind of community we want Piqua to be, and what we are willing to risk to bring one development project to our city. We have heard a great deal about the economic benefits of this project. We are now also hearing about substantial proposed community benefits, including millions of dollars for fire equipment. I appreciate our firefighters. I appreciate the need for modern emergency equipment, but I ask the commissioners to consider this very carefully. A valuable community contribution does not eliminate the environmental, the infrastructure, the water, land use, and long-term consequences of the project itself. Fire trucks cannot replace farmland. They cannot restore an aquifer if it's damaged or drained. They cannot compensate residents for environmental risk that may not become apparent for years. And they cannot answer the fundamental question of whether this is the right development for Piqua. According to the city's own information, the data center's first operational tier is expected to require 2 million gallons of water a day. That's an extraordinary amount of water for one private development, and citizens have every right to ask the long-term implications, what those are for our water resources, our wastewater system, and the environment. Where are the assurances? We should be shown the studies, the agreements, the safeguards, the environmental requirements, and the long-term financial assumptions. And we should all have enough time to understand them, including you, our commissioners. Most importantly, we should not allow a short-term financial benefit to determine a decision that will affect Piqua for generations. This community has raised serious concerns and questions about water consumption, environmental protection, land use, electricity, water waste, noise, traffic, farmland, and the long-term impact of placing a massive data center in this location. Those questions have not disappeared because a company is offering money or equipment, and they should not disappear because the project promises economic development. I'm not opposed to economic development. I'm opposed to the idea that economic development automatically makes every project a good one. The Commission's responsibility is to protect the long-term interests of the people who live here, not simply to make a bad deal today. So tonight I'm asking the Commission to do something very simple. Slow down, ask the difficult questions, require independent answers, make the agreement and the environmental safeguards fully understandable to the public, and do not allow financial incentives or proposed community gifts to substitute for answers to legitimate concerns. The people of Piqua should not have to choose between economic development and protecting their water, their land, their environment, and their quality of life. We deserve development that respects all of those things, and no amount of money, equipment, or promised economic benefit should prevent us from asking whether this particular project is right for Piqua. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question about water consumption. Originally, it was 2 million gallons, up to 2 million gallons of water a day. Now they've changed the system. It's now a closed-loop system. That water requirement is down to less than. Can someone?
Is it in writing? Yes, in contract?
Why, please?
Yes, they have modified their design to be a closed-loop system. And the analogy that I've heard used is that it's the equivalent of 2 full-service restaurants in terms of the daily water usage requirement. Once the system is filled, it recirculates and continues to be reused until such time they would drain it to do preventive maintenance and refill it.
Thank you.
Okay. And I can speak to the sound. I was at Meta Monday afternoon. From here to across the street where the building that's getting tore down was, we were closer than that, and all you heard was road noise behind you from the traffic. You did not hear any humming, nothing. So the sound is not really an issue as far as I'm concerned. And that was a hot day, and they were running right out. So, huh?
I think the other issue is that
In New Albany, in the same building. It's the same. It's exactly the same that we have.
yeah. The other issue.
Same number of bill. Same. It's you know, the things there. So take my word for it. Take my wife's word. We were there Monday afternoon.
Yeah. The other issue I think is important to remember is that we had Valdecker Packing Company. They were using over 6 million gallons of water a day in their processing, and so we're nowhere near the limit that we placed when the Valdecker Packing Company was in place. So, I have a comment card now from Natalie Young.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep good notes.
Good evening. I was just curious if anybody had any answers to any of my questions from the last meeting. None. None? No discussion? Nothing? There were a number of people who brought up a number of important topics. I would have expected when we came in here tonight for some discussion from you guys, maybe ahead of time, to kind of let us know how things developed from a week ago when you all spoke. The staff report did not address any questions that anyone asked from a week ago. So I guess I can sit here and ask those questions again. Seems like a waste of time, don't you think? One of the main questions, which would have been pretty easy, I think, for someone to answer is the franchise fee going to go into the general fund or the utility fund? Did any of you get an answer for that? All right.
I think you just said the general fund a little bit ago, didn't you? The franchise fee.
Frank said he looked into it, so that's what I need to know. It just would be nice if there was some discussion ahead of time so that people don't come up here and just keep saying the same things over and over, which you guys have had a little bit more dialogue with people tonight in terms of asking questions. I can appreciate that, but it just seems like everything is backwards. So the other question that I would like to ask from all of you is, have you, any of you, spoken to any attorney besides someone from Ricker Graydon or with Ms. Stiltner this entire time with the data center process? There's been a number of legal issues that have been raised, just questions, right, in terms of, even like last time, there's laws that are changing. I mean, from the federal down to the state levels, the laws are changing in terms of electric data center regulations, all these things, and so I am concerned that you have not left enough room in your legal documents for some wiggle room in case you need to get out or renegotiate at some point in the future. None of that's been discussed yet again tonight. And it's no disrespect to anybody in this room, but, you know, whether if you ask Ms. Stiltner or anybody in the Economic Development Department, you know, what's the last time that they were in charge of this big of a deal? I mean, if it was me, I'd be sitting up here saying, yeah, please, somebody, give me some advice. So I genuine question, have any of you sought outside legal counsel besides Ricker Graydon, who is clearly a broker, and Ms. Stiltner, who I don't know that her resume qualifies her for this type of, and I don't mean any disrespect. If it was me, I'd be saying, hey. So I guess those are my main comments. And I would like some answers from last time, if you would not mind. I can sit down or I can stand, whatever you want to do. I still have 1 minute and 48 seconds according to my own timer.
I didn't need to talk to an attorney because I'm listening to you guys.
I just would like to reiterate, you know, I mean, I can 100%, I'm down here, I call balls and strikes. If you're being, you know, nice or not nice, I'm happy to sit there and have that discussion with anybody. I've done that in the past. The people that are here to show support, great. You know, wish that you guys would have been here also for the last year that all this has been going on. But people aren't necessarily against the data center. They still have legitimate questions. And so I think that you guys need to realize that not everybody that's asking questions is, you know, here just to cause trouble. So I guess I'll take my seat and hopefully I'll get some answers.
Questions from commission?
Yeah. Chief, have we had additional counsel review this?
So I have reviewed the franchise agreement, Commissioner DeBras. I can't opine on federal legislation or changes in energy law or anything like that. But I can tell you how I interpret the franchise agreement, even though I didn't write it.
Please.
Sure. And I can actually address a few of the commission and public comment questions from last week, as I was here for that as well. The first thing I would say is somebody made a request for the interim city manager's report and recommendation. That is a public record. It has been. It will continue to be. The definition of a facility has been raised significantly, both during last Monday or Tuesday's hearing and tonight. It is true that the facility is defined as 607 acres and change, and that it has the ability to expand as long as it meets the definition of contiguous property. I don't see a right of first refusal in the franchise agreement, so that echoes what RJ and Chris said. There were questions about a cure provision in sections 4 and 5. The Section 4 cure provision speaks to the annual payment, so the $1 million per year annual payment. Section 5 has more of a generic, the city can terminate the franchise agreement if there are either repeated violations of the agreement or a material intentional breach. So that's listed as, I believe, Roman 1 and Roman 2. There have been questions about whether or not it can be transferred. The answer is it can be. So if AES is sold, and by all accounts, it sounds like it will be, those rights are transferable under Section 8 of the agreement. Section 11, somebody had asked about who had the power to effectuate any modifications under this. I believe I may have incorrectly answered the commission. Section 11 provides that and delegates that authority to the city manager. So I can answer any questions you have specific to the agreement. Outside of that, with the caveat that I didn't draft it, I have reviewed it. I can't tell you that I'm an energy law expert. I don't know what the pending legislation is or is going to be.
In your opinion, after your review, would you mind addressing, several folks have brought up protections and what your interpretation of that is in this deal?
Sure. And so, again, I'm going to separate the franchise agreement, which is just between AES, and then the development agreement with J5, which I'm admittedly much less familiar with.
Sure.
So the protections here are, if there are a violation, if they don't pay the annual payment, there is a warning and time for them to cure that breach. There are additional provisions that if they can't, for example, let me find it, if they can't find exactly where they're going to lay the utility, there is a good faith provision back and forth as to how they'll work out where that goes. I believe that's the end of Section 6. There is the ability for the city to terminate the agreement. Again, I grant you, it is somewhat limited. Most contracts are, but it's for repeated violations of the agreement. There would be penalties assessed or a material intentional breach. I'm not sure if that fully answers your question, but that's 4, 5, and 6 kind of outline the if, when, and how of what could go wrong.
Sure. The other, just to confirm that what I think a couple of us have been told, that the franchise payments will be going to the general fund. Is that correct?
That would be, if Kayla's over there, would she be available to speak to that?
Yes, the franchise fee would be deposited into the general fund, just as other franchise fees are deposited into the general fund.
And then, there she is. All right. Natalie, the other big question or big item that I have was the community benefit payments. And then the second one I had is what are other communities doing? So let's first let's go and address the community benefit payments. Yes, please. I believe when Mrs. Young was up here last week and brought up the community benefit payments, it was in reference to some other communities who have data center deals coming in or data centers that are established, and that there has been some type of community fund or way for the community to invest and to get a return on that investment. And so my question to you all is, has that been brought up with Meta? And is that part of their, the $1 billion that they have set aside as the community investment piece? Is this something that is a possibility in the future, or where does that stand?
Yes, Commissioner. All of those things have been part of the discussions as this project moved along. I would point out the $8 million safety impact fee, as I refer to it, that was presented to us just yesterday. That was a conversation that started several months ago, and part of that is their recognition of when they locate in a community, the additional needs that may be required of safety services, and they're wanting to make sure that the local safety service folks have all of the appropriate equipment and things necessary so they're not burdened by the arrival of the data center. And so I think that is a good indication of the way they operate in terms of community benefit payments. It's on a case-by-case basis, community-by-community need. There are other examples in other communities where this particular data center entity has provided other forms of community benefit payments. I think there's an example where there were some bonuses that were provided to school teachers as a result of the school district having concerns about being able to recruit staff. So they have stepped up in a variety of different ways. If you look it up, you can find good examples of that. The other thing I would point out is that the pilot payments that the city will receive, the $735,000 a year, is unrestricted. So certainly that is a fund or funds that the city then can use as we see best fit for the needs of the community.
And then as far as looking at other communities and what they have done as far as these types of situations, and I'm looking at the legal folks over there, I'm making a huge assumption here that as we have gone through this process that has been, I know we're kind of on the front end of this, but we have looked to see what deals were in place. I know we're also unique in that we still have our power distribution, and so that's what sets us apart on the power front.
Commissioner, if I may.
Sure.
The prior engagement with Bricker Graydon, part of their experience is having worked on data center projects in other communities. And they have a variety of different legal counsel folks on their team who work in the different disciplines of law. And because of their depth of bench and knowledge and experience, they were a good fit at the time in terms of the conversations we were having that were beyond ordinary conversations that we were accustomed to and equipped to have. So they brought to us some of those insights and helped us to discern whether or not the terms that were being proposed and the deals that were being proposed were reasonable as it related to other communities.
Natalie, what'd I miss? Anyone like to address, I believe what she, sorry, you don't have a microphone now, so let me relay it. Was an inflation adjustment on the franchise fee.
It was a lump sum amount, and that was a gesture from the company as a payment in lieu of a franchise fee, basically. But they would route it through AES per their arrangement with AES being the provider, and the amount that they offered as a good faith response to the concerns that were being raised was a flat $1 million a year.
Rick, can you kind of go through the process that Meta came into town to look at the public safety issues, the needs? Can you kind of just highlight that process and when it started and how that all came about, so that it's been a while? I know we've talked about this numerous times.
So as Chris had spoken to several months ago, their representatives were in touch with us, specifically in relation to the public safety, police and fire, and EMS, asking about needs, whether it be personnel or equipment, for efficiency purposes, and specifically, at that time, it was to address, their building and the construction that would take place, and the fact that, up to 1,000 people a day could be coming into the city, traffic could pick up, things of that nature. So they asked to come out and actually visit. So I don't recall the exact dates, but they had a representative come out from California, spent 2 days in the city of Piqua, met with Acting Chief Dave Thomas and Deputy Chief Miles Gearing with the police department, and then met with Chief Lee Adams with the fire department, and they were given, a tour of our facilities. They were shown the equipment that we had. We discussed our capital improvement needs, staffing needs, and basically went through every program that we offer within police and fire. And in doing so, providing them all that information, the representative went back, stated that he would write a report indicating his analysis of police and fire and what needs that they may be able to help us with. And again, that was at least 3 or 4 months ago. And then, so 2 days ago, they reached back out to us and to indicate that they had come to a dollar amount. They gave, at that time, they provided the $8 million. Is what they were looking at, and several of those items were the ladder truck needing replaced, the fire department's due for an engine to be replaced, and then also a medic to be replaced, and the ladder is likely 2.5 at this point. The engine would be 1.5, and a medic would be likely 0.5. So as you can see, that adds up pretty quick. And then the police department, obviously our equipment doesn't cost that kind of money, but they offered up cruisers to replace, pay for personnel, and then to upgrade some of our training facilities such as the range or whatever we need for training. So they analyzed that, they agreed with the need, and knowing that our current general fund can't support those purchases with what we currently have, there would be likely be a need for us to finance those or to take a lengthy period of time to save to purchase those items. So they knew the urgency of the need, and that's the good faith offer that they provided us.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay.
Yes, no, it's, I want to get this out because you talk about the cost of the electric going up. There was a ratepayer protection pledge started by the guy in the White House, but signed by Governor DeWine, where major U.S. AI and tech companies, Meta being one of them, Google, Amazon, agreed to fully cover the cost of extra electric production for AI centers, data centers, preventing rate hikes for consumers, potentially lower prices. This aims to offset the surge in demand. Now, this is a suggestion, I know, and it was signed by the governor. And I know that that's a pledge only, and I hope that because I think this is bigger than just this small community. I'll get into other things later, but I think we need more state and federal people involved in this than just this small community. Amen. That's all I've got.
I have a comment card from Jeff Lang.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can I make a suggestion first for this meeting, the rest of it, and all future meetings? That you Commissioners take your microphones and bring your mouth up to the microphone, and that everybody coming to the podium bring the mic up so that people can hear them. Because all these people back here cannot hear you because you're standing way over here. Blah, blah, blah. Get your mouth to the microphone, please. That would be great. Okay. Also, for the people in charge of IT here, turn up the volume on these speakers, okay? Dash Underwood had some very good comments up here, and one of them was, folks are in support of this data center. Dash, they know where this meeting is. They could have been here. If they're here to support it, let them speak. My first question is, who is AES? Are they local? AES bought out Dayton Power and Light, DP&L. They were in Dayton, okay? Our past two city managers and past fire chief were supposed to oversee Nick Werner's activities with ESRG and leasing the old water plant. We all saw what happened there. Our health and environment were compromised. I see where Nick Werner is now at Wartzilla, a large international company that produces huge gas, natural gas, and diesel engines the size of school buses. I also see on Wartzilla's website that they show battery backup to a lot of their electric generators. Are they lithium-ion battery backups? Wartzilla wants to provide standalone power and these battery centers to data centers. Is Nick Werner coming back to Piqua? I don't trust him. You shouldn't either. As this goes through, what happens to our power employees? Who takes over our billing? Who takes over our service calls? Will we have a longer lag time and power outages in response? How many folks does it take to build a data center? Probably several hundred. How many does it take to run a data center when it's up and running? What I've read, maybe 15 to 20. Economies of scale will be there for a year and a half when they're building it. It won't be there after it's up and running. That same thing was put when the lithium-ion battery burning took place with Nick Werner, promising that there would be hundreds of firefighters in town, filling our hotels, filling our restaurants, learning how to prevent dangerous lithium-ion battery runaway fires. 2 or 3 firefighters were actually seen at site back in 2018 by myself. After that, I never saw them again. Who is watching the chicken coop here in this scenario with AES, okay, with Meta? Who is watching the chickens? Because the chickens are out here, okay? Someone should be watching out over them. Now, I would like you to vote this down. Study the other data centers that are already up and running and talk to the communities nearby these data centers and ask them the questions that you're being asked tonight. So that when the next time these people are up here asking these questions, be able to answer them. Thank you.
RJ, could you speak to the issue of city employees after a proposed data center is put in place?
Sure. I don't see why there would be any changes. AES and the customer will own their substation. AES will provide the transmission into it. You know, the city will be building a 2-mile long 69 kV transmission line and substation down to serve construction power. Power employees will be involved in the maintenance of that. Other than that, 0 changes because of this agreement.
Other questions?
AES will service their own, AES will service their own
We will have no
substation, correct?
involvement with the AES facilities, the customer's facilities, only the facilities that the city owns to serve construction power load.
And can somebody answer, where is AES based? Where is that office at?
Please.
AES Ohio is based here in Dayton, Ohio. We do have headquarters offices and other leadership teams for our ownership group in both Indianapolis and in Arlington, Virginia.
Thank you.
I'd also note that AES is our transmission provider into the city. We have interconnections agreements with them already. They serve the transmission into the city.
Other questions? I have a comment card from Scott Phillips.
I brought my Bible tonight, and Jeff, I'm going to stand real close so everybody can hear. This is my grandmother's Bible. It's always served me well. And man, I have been on social media all over the world. Congratulations. You guys are about to be front and center on a major activity. I can't tell you what just yet, but it's coming to neighborhood, and you have given us all the ammunition that we need for a phenomenal documentary. And we've got the data. We've got the footage. We've got the quotes. Even though you haven't been talking, this is not an idle threat. This is not a threat. My hands are on this Bible. Everything I'm saying, is true here. Okay, now, here's the question. I have two questions tonight. First one, because this was about AES. You guys are here. Thank you. You do a good job. We want to be good partners. Believe it or not, we do. Okay? And to that end, just tell me one thing and you're halfway home. You will not be generating power in our community on any of your sites. All of it's going to be shipped in, right? No generators, no gas generators, no diesel generators. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. Go for it. What is the answer?
AES Ohio is not allowed to own generation.
Okay, but it won't be AES. It'll be BlackRock. So when BlackRock comes in with their trillions of dollars and they set up 300 diesel-powered generators, our air quality goes to a Canadian wildfire. Okay, now that's what I'm concerned about. Now, maybe I'm all wet. And please, just tell me I am. And I'll accept that. I trust you.
Same company, just a different owner. Same regulation. Regulations do not allow the utility to own generation in Ohio.
Okay.
When we're purchased by BlackRock,
Okay.
same owner, same regulating body, still regulated by the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio, still not allowed to own generation.
God bless you for that. That was my biggest fear, because I'm asthmatic and I like good air. Okay, so that's answered. One final question for you guys tonight before I sum this up, and this would be for you, Frank, to ask your attorney, okay, and that would be, shall allow, I believe those are the words, when AES comes here and develops the first 2 data centers through Freedom of Information Act, some contract information has been made public, go figure. About contracts, go figure. So I guess your NDAs weren't bulletproof. And so shall allow future development, and I think the term was in good faith. Now that's the term, but there was no written anything in the AES contract that specified what shall allow. Does that mean 5 more data centers being powered from that site? I think it does. And we need clarity on that because, gentlemen, if you sign this deal with AES right now and then they build it out and they shall allow more data centers out there that I do know are in the works, and you know it too, they're coming. 2 come, 4 more come. 6 here, 16. It's coming. I know all the people selling the land. You can't hide this. They're getting phenomenal money. I don't blame them. But if we are going to cut a deal, make sure shall allow goes out of the contract. You don't want to allow anything until you get some revenue sharing on that. So if you're wondering, well, gee, maybe this isn't a good contract, trust me, I've cut a lot of them. And so here's the one thing that I'll summarize with. And that is, I've cut a lot of business deals for a lot of companies. Some of them $150 million. And there's one thing that you do every time you cut a deal that big. You have a benefit cost analysis. Yeah, okay. And so never once in any of your forums have I ever heard anyone talk about we have done a benefit cost analysis. There's your executive director, Chris Smeezing. Chris, have you done a benefits cost analysis? You can answer. They're going to let you because they won't.
We have calculated or forecasted the revenues and incentives associated with the project to understand what the fiscal implications are.
Good.
And they're very positive.
Oh, well, that's
the
good.
outcome towards the community.
Okay, so they're very positive. So just tell me one number and I will be completely happy and I will sit down with Granny's Bible. And that is, what was the ROI?
If you look at the expenses the city will incur to operate the water treatment plant, to deliver those volumes of water and the cost of the rates that the owner or the customer would pay, the revenue works out in the favor of the city, and we come out on the positive side of the ledger. The same can be said for the wastewater and what would be received into our wastewater treatment system, and the same could be said for the expenses related to the infrastructure that needs to be built to support the project.
Okay.
And the amounts that the company is bringing to the table to pay for those expenses. And likewise, the increase in property tax revenues that will be generated and paid by the company as a result of their investments, and those funds being able to be utilized for additional infrastructure improvements that will further make possible development of land near the interchange.
I'm terribly confused at the last thing. I was with you all the way until you said the revenue generated by the property taxes. Don't they get a property tax abatement for 30 years and 40 years?
No. Yeah, they do.
Well, everything we've seen in writing, that's what it's been.
That's not correct. The information in the packet and in the agreements describes a 15-year tax abatement or an exemption. Which
for who?
For the owner of the property.
Okay.
And that is on the building improvements, but not the land valuation. The land valuation increases still occur. The base taxes that are currently being received by all the taxing entities will continue to be received. The increase in valuation as a result of the investment being made is what can be exempted, and again, only on the building, so the increase on the land starts to accrue, and those monies flow to the appropriate taxing entities.
Okay, I understand. So yes, you have reviewed it, you understand it. I read a calculation on return on investment per taxpayer in the community. Each person, and this has to assume a lot of variables, a lot of costs. I just had to calculate averages. The average taxpayer in the city limits of Piqua will have increased yearly bills of $2,200 related to the development and all associated costs of the 2 data centers. $2,200 over 30 years, over 40 years. That runs up to 80, 90 grand per tax-paying family. You can take that one to the bank. So is that something that everybody in this room wants to support? I take Granny's Bible, I'm checking out, because I know I'm not going to get squat from you guys. God bless you.
Thanks for your comment.
Okay, so I have an extension of one of his questions, okay? AES can't own generators, we've established this, correct? AES can't have their own generators, right? Cannot. Okay, how about Meta? Can Meta have their own generators? JL5.
I can only speak for J5.
Right, J5.
J5, I believe those would be backup generators.
So you can have generators. Can you come up to the microphone so that they can hear you, please?
I will say, as an energy attorney, I can tell you that Ohio law allows self-generation. I can't speak to this site, but based on experience with data centers, which you went to, Commissioner, I assume there'll be backup generators. Okay?
How many?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Other questions?
I believe when we were there were 2 backup generators at each building.
I have a comment card from Troy Uhl.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm not here to debate back and forth either way of whether you guys should vote or not vote. Following this over the last couple of weeks, as school's getting ready to start, one of the first things that I teach my AP government kids is that elections have consequences. All of you are elected officials. You, I hope, have done your due diligence in this process. But really what I'm kind of up here to talk about is the negativity. When I go to sit in front of kids and try to teach them about the process of our republic, as mentioned earlier here this evening. And, the recall, initiative, referendum, we will hit all that within the first 2 weeks. And I'm glad to kind of see that the city and people are enacting those avenues for them if they feel need be. With that being said, I personally know many of you up here. I know you're very good people, and I just wanted to kind of reiterate what Dash said. I'm on your guys' side, all right? I think that there's great possibility for the city of Piqua moving forward. I get to see these kids that I teach go off, and I would like to have some opportunities for some of our students to go off to school to come back and have economic possibilities and watch this city grow. You either get better or you get worse. So I really wanted to address the negative stuff as well that's out there. Our kids see it. It's clickbait. It's sensationalization of good people that I know up here. That is not an indication of what our city and where our city should stand. We should have open dialogue. I understand that. But I just wanted to come up with my support of you guys, elected officials, people that work here at the city, and hope that you guys make the best decisions. And still recognizing, as Dash said, I may not agree with everything. There are people that are adamantly against you and have done maybe some more research on that end than I have, but it's your job. Make the right decision tonight. Let's move forward. Let's move this city forward and get some positivity back in this city for everyone. Thank you.
I have a comment card from Michael Sherry.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Commission. No lecture from me tonight, just two things to keep in mind in this contract that you are about to vote for. One being the inflation escalator clause. I believe Natalie Young mentioned that. Most people in this room won't be here 30 years from now. I would love to sign a contract stating my electricity fee will be the same for 30 years. That's not possible for me, not possible for anyone in this room. Make sure that there isn't an escalator, inflation-based. Also, the project can grow, I guess, on this site, right? So we need an escalator based on the percentage it grows as well on that franchise fee. So make the franchise fee grow by at least inflation and grow by the project as it grows as well. That's ultimately fair. The second ask I have, and I think it should be very easy based on what Mr. Wade just mentioned, is I have a main concern for the citizens in this town that their utility rates, specifically electricity, won't go up. Mr. Wade, you mentioned made a pledge that they would make sure that that would not happen. Put it in the contract. We buy our power from AES. They have been increasing our transmission fee every year. We've talked about that. Put it in the contract as our transmission fee goes up by AES, that we will be reimbursed for that. For I believe they said the reason our utility rates have gone up over the last decade, 67% has been due to data centers. So that means citizens in this town, citizens that pay their electric bill late, because they literally don't have the money to pay their electric bill, are going to be paying for this data center because they are using more power. So those are my two asks. Put an inflation escalator in for disinflation and also growth on the site, and also protect the average citizen in this town that their utility rate will not go up on the electric side and therefore subsidizing this data center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, RJ, would you care to address any of that?
Sure. So, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess first off, we do not purchase power from AES. AES is our transmission provider. We have seen transmission rates increase across AES's transmission zone, similar to the entire PJM region. lot of it is due to increased capacity, true. They've been making greater infrastructure investments in deteriorating assets. Those do get passed along to all of the transmission customers in the region. I can't speak to, the bottom line is we're not subsidizing this data center in any way. It will be completely separate, as I understand it. They will be paying 100% of the cost to upgrade the infrastructure on AES's side to serve this data center, again, outside of my scope here, but we will do everything in our power to mitigate those transmission rate increases with operational efficiencies, working with our partners at AMP. We have a great relationship. We have a great power supply portfolio that helps keep those rates down, and that is the pledge that I can make. Thanks.
Hearing no other comments? Quiet, please. Quiet, please. I have a comment card from Jerry Hartzell.
Hi.
Hi. Pull the microphone out. There you go.
Right, I'm short. Okay, so let's see. A lot of my questions have been asked already. I still come back to a few things. We have no city manager, finance director, purchasing director in place. I mean, we have temporary, right? These are really big decisions. And we still don't have audits done, right? So, I don't know. I don't see where there's a big rush here, considering there's a lot of delays from what I can understand on things that these data centers need to actually be able to be built. And also with the infrastructure for the electrical that needs to happen, we're talking some years before all of this will even be able to be up and running. So I don't see where we couldn't just table this, and there are a few things obviously that people have asked for, the escalation. There's a question I have, there's no severability clause at all in this or what I could see in the development contract. If any portion of the contract cannot be enforced due to, the many different legislative and there's lawsuits, there's all kinds of stuff going on. If any part of it becomes unenforceable, there's nothing that says that the rest of the contract is still intact. It looks like if they can't pay their bill, the only thing that they have is like a 60-day window to pay, or we can cancel the contract. Well, now what? Because now you got a data center that can't get any power because because the developer isn't paying the bill, right? So my one question too that I have is who owns the land? I understand that Meta's building the data center. Do they own the land or are they tenants on that land? Kind of makes a difference. The contiguous expansion, I don't understand how you can actually sign something that says that if they want to expand, you shall approve of that. I know the last meeting somebody said, well, they still have to come in and submit for their permits and their zoning, and they have to go through the whole process. Well, it doesn't really matter if you shall approve it, right? I mean, I don't know how you can sign away your authority like that. Maybe I'm wrong in how I'm looking at that, but, and then, let's see, that's kind of legislative malpractice, actually, in my opinion. Oh, you're raising, okay, I'm supposed to, I'm
You have a minute.
finished, I
Yep.
guess. The last question I had was, has there been any valuation on the whole value of what Piqua is offering, is bringing to the table? Do we know what the value of what we have in our power generation and, having our own electric company? Has anybody done a valuation on that? Do we know what exactly it is that we bring to the table? Anyways, that's just, I don't think we've actually defined who the city is. Like when, in these clauses, it says the city. Who is the city? Is it you guys? Is it the city manager? Is it the people of the city? I'd like
Thank
to
you
get
for your
it.
comment.
Okay. A5, who owns the piece of property? At this moment, that piece of property is titled to the 607 acres, who owns that? Yeah.
I can't speak as to the ownership on that, since I'm on the energy side, so I'm not familiar as to the ownership.
Somebody.
And you're talking about the data center part.
The data center part, can somebody answer that question?
I can speak to that,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Commissioner. It's J5 LLC is the owner of record of the 607 acres. J5 LLC is a entity that Meta uses for business transactions.
Okay. So basically Meta owns that piece of
Correct.
property, and they're not leasing it, okay?
Other questions?
Yeah, Brian, who's the city?
So the city is the city of Piqua as a political subdivision under the state of Ohio. There are only certain entities within municipal corporations that are capable of being sued. And so generally, when you list the city of Piqua, it is the city as an entity who is capable of being sued or suing. You wouldn't list, for example, the city manager. I mean, they may have power that's delegated or given to them by this board or by the charter, but the city manager is generally not the entity capable of being sued, unless it's in their individual capacity, but that's outside the realm of this.
And then RJ, you're going to speak to the valuation of our power system?
Thanks, Commissioner Brass. I don't know where I would start with the valuation.
Let's start at the 30,000 foot level.
Well, we own all of the transmission and distribution lines in the city. We own several vehicles, power purchase agreements, 2 generator units, substations, equipment, wire. I'm not sure where else to go. I don't know how to value the power system. It's invaluable.
Other questions? All right. I have a comment card from Richard Price.
Better than TV. Okay. I still can't figure out if Paul Oberdorfer ever took his oath of office, because there's no record of it, and no one can say whether he took it. And if he didn't take it, by law in the state of Ohio, anything that he signed or did is no good. It's void. So, in regard to your remark, I can't read with my glasses off. It's called House Bill 706, prevents electric companies from charging consumers for infrastructure build out. And it's a ratepayer protection act that they have yet to vote on. It's in the House. Means you should wait so you get that protection, because I know you're not getting anybody to negotiate for you. AEP, Ohio Data Center tariff passed in July. Data centers pay at least 85% of their reserve capacity for 12 years. So if they say they need 100 megawatts, they pay 80 for 85 megawatts, even if they use 60. They're protected, okay? So if they don't use it all, they still pay for the 85 they pay for 85 megawatts no matter what they use, if they originally wanted 100. In Michigan, a 100 megawatt contract for 15 years, and they have to pay 80% of it for 15 years, even if they shut down. In Indiana, they're 12-year contracts, 80% of contracted demand. So now when they're using 65%, AES making 20% in their pocket. You guys taking $1 million, which in 30 years, at the current rate of appreciation, will be worth $350,000 a year. That ought to buy you something. Might get you a car in 30 years. So, Senate Bill 378 is a responsible water use data center, and it's the data center pays for all water sewer not to be passed on to the consumers when we're going to need a new water plant because of the amount of water we're trying to process for the data center. If we need to get more water because they expand, because you're giving them a right to expand and expand and expand. If we got to provide the water, that bill will keep us from having to expand our water without them paying for it. SB 381, waiting to get voted on, requires data centers get approval from Piqua before they do anything for the electricity. And there's a new bill to address the air emissions and water discharge standards, PFAS, glycols, metals, other organic compounds that are going to come to the treatment plant that you can't take out of the water. Ask your sewer treatment plant guy. No sewer treatment plant can. They don't take out prescription drugs. So when you're drinking water from your tap, a little birth control, some anti-anxiety medicine, you get it all. And so in regard to the transmission lines and the fees that get charged to AES, that comes from PSM interconnection. 2 years ago, you basically, it goes to auction and you buy this transmission. So from 2 years ago to the contracts that were issued for June 2025 to May 2026, those rates went up 833%. Thank you, Meta, over the last year, primarily driven by data centers. That information is provided by Meta. Okay. So your million's worth 350K, it just gets worse and worse. And theoretically, when they do their build out now, we're going to be, they supposedly, according to the original contract, we were going to be using 93% of our water capacity and not waiting for the state to vote on their not moratoriums, but their rules. You're going to be responsible for supplying the water. Good faith transactions on the transmission lines from AES. Thank you. No one will give me a phone number to call. No one will answer my calls. You've given my neighbors eminent domain letters to put up your transmission lines. AES has nothing to say. And then 2 weeks you guys have been dealing with this, and you've been offered $9 million more in 2 weeks just to make you vote yes. Are you crazy? It's like you could call raw dog attorneys on TV and say, I'll give you half of 1 year payment that you can negotiate us from AES. And I bet you an investment attorney would jump at that, because most cities are getting between $1.5 and $5 million a year from the electric company, and they don't own the rights to the area. They don't have to give them a franchise. And that's what they're getting. And you guys are going to sign off for $1 million. It's crazy. And then AES is getting $1 billion for their power from Meta. You can't make this shit up. Excuse me for my language. I'm begging you. Hire an investment attorney, a contract negotiator, not an attorney who represents the data center and AES. And I respect the city attorney. It's not her forte. It's not the city manager's forte, contract negotiations. You need somebody, and tell them, hey, we'll give you half what you negotiate for the first year payment, and I'll bet you they would jump at it.
Thank you for your comment.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, can I answer one of his questions? So, Rich, hey, hi, Rich. So you had asked about the whole not getting sworn in thing? There was an email that went out from Mayor Chris Lee after it got brought up at the meeting to Mr. Oberdorfer. And he said, hey, boy, as part of this, he said, I have a question. Did you get sworn in? And the result of that, it was another email went back from Paul Oberdorfer to Chris Lee, and he said, no, I did not. I got sworn in today. I'm going to have my people sworn in tomorrow. And that was in February of 2025.
Other comments from commissioners?
February 4th.
I have a comment card from Tom Hudson.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dash Underwood brought up a very good point today about how the public treats the commission and how we all treat each other. That should be the goal, is we should keep it above board. And I've been watching meetings for the past couple years, and it's troubled me greatly that many of our citizens come up here and they cuss and they swear and they get indignant. And what I wanted to do is call them up on the phone and give them a Dale Carnegie course and tell them, learn how to complain with a smile on your face. Because nobody will listen to you when you're belly aching and you have your face all distorted like an amusement park. So my thought tonight is, how did we get here? Where did we come from? And why are people standing with pitchforks and torches in this room right now? It all goes back to how we were treated, the citizens. Go back to November 25th, and we had a 3-reading rule, and that naturally didn't sit with people. We had about 14 people get up, and I heard that meeting and speak. We have a commission that refuses to talk to the public. I brought that up last week. We have a mayor who sits there and says nothing as leader of our community. We have people that want to hear from you guys because your words are important. We have no city manager now. We have no personnel director, or finance director, and a city planner gone. We have a good police chief sitting over there. We have a soon-to-be city manager. But right now, we're totally utterless, and we're making decisions on the largest investment ever in the city of Piqua. There has been lots of complaints that people have made over the years, as when I was mayor 20 years ago, about how this whole town was not pro-business and Troy and Sydney was getting all the action, and that a handful of families ran this community and kept business out on purpose. I heard that, and those repercussions, I'm sure, went through the 70s. And maybe we're still feeling some of that today. But I think everybody in this room is pro-growth, pro-business, but we're not pro of stuff being rammed down our throats. And that's what we're not pro. Can you imagine if Meta had come to Piqua and said, we're having town halls, we're going to get every question answered, we're going to have 3 reading rules. Can you imagine the city involvement? Everything's been under the table, secretive, no communication, no nothing. And you guys wonder why the public is just raving mad. So Troy Uhl, Dash, there's your answer. We need to call a spade, and if someone's doing malpractice up here, then we need to call them at it and do it in a gentle manner. How much time do I have?
2 minutes 48.
Okay. I go back to a little history just in the past few short years, and a lot of the people in this room, we all know each other. Our kids go to school together. We're all intricately involved, and it's hard when we have to call out individuals up here, but it needs to be done. And I go back to how people, again, our businesses are treated. Scott Phillips wanted to move his business, or he wanted to possibly look at selling his business, but he got a 3 or 4 day notification from Chris Schmeezing. He had no time to get his financial house in order. I came up here and spoke on that. We had a mine coming to Piqua. The Sherry family, the Reardon family, and a bunch of other families in the Fox development back there got no notification. Were they legal? Yes, they were. But that's not how you treat people in Piqua. Again, we want to be kind and nice to each other and thinking about how we treat our citizens. And then that whole thing turned into a lawsuit, and what happened from that just kind of went away, and we have what we are now. So I'm just, I'm more than frustrated. I want open dialogue. I want people to treat people with respect, but I want to call a spade a spade. And when your leader is not talking to you and he's not bringing any new ideas to the table, we got a problem. We're getting a new city manager and most likely replacing all 4 of you by the end of this year. So think about it, a fresh start, 4 new commissioners. You guys aren't running in, we know that. You'd be fools to. Who'd want to be up here and take that abuse? My brother-in-law asked me, he said, when I ran, he said, why are you doing that? I said, are you crazy? And it's rough being up there taking the heat, but you got to do your job. So I want you to think about that. One last thing. We have the most beautiful countryside around Piqua and Troy. I love driving. I had a motorcycle, and I love riding around. I do not want to see data centers from back of Piqua all the way to Stillwell Road, all the way to Covington. I don't want my whole countryside desecrated. I love that view. Put those things where nobody wants them, in brown fields, but not where people live in beautiful cornfields and crops. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a public comment card from Jim Roth.
Thank you, Commissioners, Mayor. Just want to make comments. I'm not going to ask any questions or anything. Just a couple comments. We've got to make it quick because it's getting late, and I'm sure everybody's getting tired. So first thing I want to say, though, is to Commissioner Simmons, very sorry for your loss. It's a long time I haven't said it, so very sorry for your loss. And I know you'll move on and keep going. Never forget, though. Never forget. So, but a couple of comments and a couple of things I want to bring up real quick is, obviously, I'm in favor of the development. I'm always in favor of progress and doing the right thing as well. And I think this is good for the community. Right now, we're not receiving any money from anything. And at least this way, we do receive some revenue. Whether it's everybody's wants that or not, you know, that's a whole different story. But I looked at some of the comments that have been made in the past, and I've heard about we're going to dry the aquifer up. That's never going to happen. It's 1.5 trillion gallons of water. City of Dayton pumps water out in their water fountains every day and dumping it in the river. So that's a lot of water flowing there. It's not going to dry up. I've heard comments about various, we're losing farmland. We don't want that to happen. But if you look around the county, there's an awful lot of housing going on and a lot of farmland taken up. And I understand why they sell. When somebody comes in, somebody wanted to offer me $500,000 for my house, I'd say, where do I sign? So, those are things, just a couple little things like that. And I mean, we could sit up here and talk for another couple hours, and I don't want to do that. Let's just make a decision, live with it, and we got to go on, and we got to go tomorrow and start again. So I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Quiet, please. We're moving on. I have a comment card from Karen Wessel.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. By definition, a Piqua City Commissioner in Ohio is an elected official who serves on a 5-member governing body. Commissioners hold all legislative and executive power for the city. Not some, not a little, all. A Piqua commissioner serves the residents and the citizens of the city, specifically acting as the voice for the community. The decision you make this evening has a 30-year impact. Excuse me. Not 3, not 5, not 10, but 30 years. Plus, let us not forget those automatic annual renewals. By voting on the ordinance tonight, you are not ending a deal with AES. You are simply letting AES know the terms of the existing proposal agreement is not good enough, and the citizens of Piqua deserve so much more. Remember, you hold all legislative and executive power, execute that power, and say no, and demand better terms. The updated terms need to be precise and fair for the community you serve. A franchise fee set to an increase as inflation rises. $1 million today per year seems great until it is eaten up by inflation year after year. A whereas statement about rate protection is not a binding contract and therefore is not legally enforceable. Why have it listed to begin with? The rate hike protection is must. It must be listed in the contract agreement for protection against utility cost increases. As commissioners, you can demand a true ratepayer protection mechanism within the terms of a binding AES agreement. Nothing is stopping you from renegotiating a more favorable contract for Piqua citizens, except each of you. At a minimum, along with a reasonable inflation-protected franchise fee, a section within the binding contract agreement also needs to state for every single dollar above a baseline must be returned directly to the Piqua as a utility rebate in return for the use of our franchise. AES keeps stating the data center usage will not alter residential or business power bills. Then executing a mandatory dollar-for-dollar reimbursement deal will cost AES absolutely nothing. A safety net will exist if rates do spike. The data center and/or AES must cover that cost completely, shielding local rate payers. Commissioners, the City of Piqua can set the baseline within that contract. There is supporting documentation of the baseline of when a higher rate goes into effect, already in place for the residents of Piqua. Use it as a starting point. Let's review the charter requirements for Ordinance 0726. First reading, check. Second reading, check. Public hearing, check. Third reading, in progress. Congratulations. All the boxes are checked. However, before you vote, please ask yourself the following questions. With your final vote at this third reading, are you standing up for the community you serve? Then vote no. Are you stepping up and diligently doing everything within your power to protect and serve this community for generations to come over the next 30 years regarding the current proposed AES agreement? Then vote no. Are you in good faith acting as a voice for the community? Then vote no. You were not elected to represent AES, J5, or Meta. You were elected to represent the City of Piqua. Is the AES agreement dead in the water if you vote no tonight? No, it is not. It's a starting point. Do the right thing. Please vote no to Ordinance 0726. We negotiate a proposed agreement with a legal team that stands up for the City of Piqua. Under the guidance of Governor DeWine, demand the best possible terms that protect the community each of you were selected to serve. Be a leader. Be an example to follow. Thank you.
I have a comment card from Jonathan Wessel.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. We had a quote a little earlier from the 1700s. There's another one that I like from around the same time period. Whenever the people are well informed, they can be trusted with their own government. So it's Thomas Jefferson in a letter. So I think there's been a concerted effort to keep us uninformed. That started in November of 2024. I came to this podium and I asked if anybody in the city staff had signed a non-disclosure agreement, and I was told no. So the lies started nearly 2 years ago. For some people in this room, this vote is really a proxy for the data center. For me, this is the last piece of leverage that the city has in this deal. So before your vote tonight, we still have something that they want. That is the only reason that anyone is listening to us. The moment you sign, that ends. So we've seen tremendous concessions in just the last 8 days. $38 million in concessions. And I truly believe, that the only reason that has happened is because of the voices in this room. I think that it proves that we did not negotiate as aggressively as we should have. So we've come a long way, but this is it. I hope you've read the agreement, not the summary, the actual words, every word. And when you read those words, I hope you keep in mind there are no filler words in that contract. Nothing is there on accident. Nobody paid these lawyers by the hour to add a sentence that does nothing. Every clause, every qualifier in that document is there because somebody wanted it there. So, and after you vote tonight, our friends who have joined from the front row during this process will shake hands in the parking lot. They will get in their cars and they will forget your names before they get to the highway. Now, that's not out of malice, because for them this is a transaction and it's finished. They've got another city on the calendar next month. But we will still be here. We'll be here in 2036, in 2046, 2056, when whatever gets signed tonight still binds people who never get to vote on it. The kids in our elementary schools will be raising their own children here before this thing expires. So the only question that matters tonight is whether in 30 years, our children and our grandchildren will be able to look back and say the right decision was made tonight. And I don't have that answer. You are privy to more information than we are. We haven't seen what you've seen. We haven't heard what you've heard. You have a clearer picture than we do. So my ask is simple. Make sure that in 30 years, we can be proud of what you did tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last comment card that I have. We'll have comments and questions from commission.
I'll go ahead and speak up.
Go ahead.
So first, I'm going to go ahead and clarify my remarks from last week. And I said 95.4% of the people out here spoke out against, and it got put in the minutes as data center. And they actually spoke out against O-7-26. Some of them want us to renegotiate. Some of them want us to have a different power company. They either don't trust AES or they don't trust BlackRock. Some of them want us to do more research. Some of them want us to wait for the BlackRock buyout. Some of them don't want a data center, and they're angry that they were disenfranchised out of the referendum process last November. That's the bottom line for those people. The reason for the emergency at this point is moot. And Mr. Mayor, I apologize yesterday for putting on the spot last week with that question, because it really doesn't matter what the reason for the emergency was. The results are what matter, because the results are that these people out here were treated like they don't matter. What do all 5 of these groups have in common? They want us to vote this down, plain and simple. So please do the right thing. Stand with these people who elected you. If you pass this, they are ready to fill out petitions for a referendum. The only thing that Ms. Lang got wrong, she's only going to need 749 signatures. Please do the right thing.
Is there not provisions in that contract when law changes, the contract automatically changes? If I remember somewhere.
Franchise or development agreement?
Both.
You're going to have to give me at least a couple of minutes.
That's fine.
Anybody else have other questions while we're researching that? You want to wait for that before we vote? Yeah. Give them a chance.
They throw millions of dollars at you because they're afraid you'll vote no, they'll double it if you
Quiet, please.
So given the quick research, the development agreement does have a clause that reads changes in applicable rules, which essentially outlines, I think, what the heart of your question is. I don't see that exact language in the AES franchise agreement, but that would go towards the development agreement with J5.
Okay. Other questions? Hearing none, we're ready to consider the ordinance number O-7-26. What is your pleasure on that amendment, that ordinance?
Mr. Mayor, I've heard a lot of what if this fails and other worst-case scenarios. And while I believe those are all valid questions and concerns, I feel like most of them have been addressed. Those that haven't been addressed are going to require continued oversight and enforcement from local, state, and federal regulatory agencies. For far too long, our city has yearned for someone to take a chance on us, to see all the great things in our city that we see, and to invest in our community and to change the status quo. It's finally here. What if this succeeds? What if their $8 million investment in our first responders is just the first investment they make in our community? What if they invest and partner with our schools, our philanthropic organizations and foundations, our parks and other civic organizations? What if their investment in infrastructure and utilities unlocks additional land for development that brings even more jobs and opportunities for our kids and their grandkids? I did not run for this office to sit up here and accept the status quo. I believe in our community and that our best days are in front of us. I support this project. I support the opportunities and investment it means for our community and our future. Mr. Mayor, with that, I move that we adopt ordinance number O-7-26.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second it.
Yeah.
We've only just begun.
We have a motion and second to approve ordinance number O-7-26. We'll call for the roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons.
Nay!
Commissioner Walker.
Aye.
Mayor Vedder.
Aye.
Commissioner Wade.
I'll give you my answer, but what I'll say is that this started under the wrong city manager. I think he has more fault to where we're at with this, and he is no longer here, thank God. So I was against the November 25th emergency. That's why I was here that day, but yet I am for the data center. I vote yea.
Commissioner DeVos.
Aye.
We have 4 votes in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. Ordinance number O-7-26 is approved. Now we'll move on to ordinance number O-10-26, the second reading.
An ordinance authorizing the issuance of not to exceed the sum of $2,830,000 of notes in anticipation of the issuance of bonds for the
Quiet, please.
purpose
We're
of
trying to
paying the
conduct
costs of
business.
construction, acquisition, and equipping of park improvements, facilities, and accoutrements relating thereto, refunding outstanding notes previously issued in anticipation of such bonds, and paying the related costs of issuance thereof.
This is an ordinance to issue notes in anticipation of issuing bonds. The note will mature again in 1 year. This ordinance will continue to be brought forth each year until the note is completely paid
Quiet,
or
please.
bonds
We're
are
trying to conduct
issued.
business. We're talking about ordinance number O-10-26. Kim, would you read that again, please?
You just need to wait till.
An ordinance authorizing the issuance of not to exceed the sum of $2,830,000 of notes in anticipation of the issuance of bonds for the purpose of paying the costs of construction, acquisition, and equipping of park improvements, facilities, and appurtenances relating thereto, refunding outstanding notes previously issued in anticipation of such bonds, and paying the related costs of issuance thereof.
Thank you. We'll have a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor. This is an ordinance to issue notes in anticipation of issuing bonds. The note will mature again in 1 year, and this ordinance will continue to be brought forth each year until the note is completely paid or the bonds are issued. It is recommended to continue to roll the note internally each year until the note is paid in full to keep the interest that is being paid within the city rather than being paid to an outside organization.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Valerie Mulligan.
I have to be honest with you. I'm so blown away. I think we have bigger things to worry about. Please stop spending money till you know that you've got it.
Questions from commission? This is a second reading on ordinance number O-10-26. Any other comments, questions? Hearing none, this will stand as the second reading for that ordinance. Next, we'll move on to resolution number R-92-26. This resolution has been tabled, and we'll need to untable it, please.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we untable resolution R-92-26. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion, the resolution is untabled. Now we're going to consider a staff recommendation for the Civil Service Commission.
Mayor Vedder, I will be providing a staff report on behalf of Catherine Bogan, who's unavailable for tonight. As you have in your packet, there are two applicants. The Civil Service Commission has had a vacancy since March 1st of this year, and the vacancy was posted in January 2026. And as I'd mentioned, we had two applicants, and Jean Franz is the preferred candidate, as she has served on a variety of boards for the city of Piqua. And so that's a recommendation from the staff.
I have no comment cards on this resolution. Are there questions from the commission?
No.
No.
Okay. Hearing none, I will accept a motion that to resolution number R-92-26, that Jean Franz be appointed to the Civil Service Commission.
So moved.
Been moved?
Commissioners, the resolution would need to be amended. It has a resolution appointing and there's a blank. So if you want it to be Jean Franz, you need to amend the resolution.
So we need to officially...
I'm sorry, wait a minute.
Yes.
Jessica, say that again, because I couldn't understand.
At the beginning of the resolution, it says a resolution appointing blank to the Civil Service Commission. If you are choosing a candidate, you need to name that candidate and amend the resolution with the name of that candidate. I understand it's still...
Two motions.
I
Okay.
move that we place Jean Franz's name in place of the blank.
Yeah.
Second.
Moved and seconded that the name of Jean Franz be added to the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Now we'll go back and talk about the resolution as a whole. Is there support for the resolution as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded that resolution number R-92-26 be approved as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The motion is approved. We thank Jean for being available for the Civil Service Commission. Now we're moving on to new business. We're going to discuss ordinance number O-11-26, a first reading.
An ordinance to submit a petition for submission of proposed amendment to Charter Section 138, prohibition of construction of a data center.
Good evening, Commissioners. This ordinance is to submit a proposed charter amendment to the electors. The Board of Elections has verified 352 signatures. The Commission does not have the authority to review the substance of the proposed amendment. Substantive issues are reserved for the courts, and as such, the commission cannot challenge the constitutionality, of the proposed amendment until it would be passed. I was not here when this ordinance was put together. It does need to be amended to reflect a date of the special election.
I'm confused at this point about what we need to be doing with the resolution. Are we asking for it to be tabled, or?
It's a first reading. That is up to you. If you want further readings, I can bring an amended ordinance at the next hearing, which will have a blank with the date that commission would then amend and select.
Mr. Mayor? Yeah. Could we ask if the petitioners are here and ask them to come up and address the...
I have several comment cards here.
This would go beyond comments because they're the petitioners, and they can request, or actually they can demand, that this pass as an emergency so that it gets put on the ballot for the general election rather than us having to have a special election after the general election.
I have a comment card from Richard Price. Looks like maybe he's left. Okay. I have a comment card from Kim Hessler.
That was Heisler.
It's Heisler, Mr. Mayor. Heisler, not Hessler, not Hessler. Okay. So this is a long time coming. I've been working on this since March, not necessarily for this particular one, for the city of Piqua. The state of Ohio actually put one together because the regulations, not the regulations, there are no regulations right now for data centers, and things are moving so fast, there are not guardrails on what's happening. So because the state couldn't get enough signatures and enough time, we were able to actually put one together for the city of Piqua because we need guardrails. I'm for progress too, guys. I'm not for not having parameters on safety and environmental stuff. So that's exactly what this petition is going to do. Not necessarily in like that, but it's going to limit to a 25 megawatt data center. And as a petitioner and name on there, I would strongly suggest, and I would like to demand you guys to actually amend this today with not necessarily a special date as an election, but to be able to put it on November's election. If you guys go to the second and third reading, that's going to cost us, the taxpayers, extra money for a special election. We don't want to do that. It's going to make it there anyway. Do it now for November. I have gotten thousands of signatures starting off with the state, not necessarily with the city of Piqua, but we did get 440 people willing to sign it. Plus there's other petitions out there that I think we got over, I don't know, close to 1,500. So it's just not me asking for it, it's the citizens asking for regulations, a limit, and to do it now. So please amend this tonight and make it happen. I do want to address some other things. I know you guys, we've all talked about this. There were some people that are no longer here jawing in the back all night, wanting this to happen, saying things like, oh, it's a closed loop system, we're not using much water. The noise, we went and there wasn't hardly any. Okay, so I got a couple questions with that. Was it a hyperscale data center?
Yes.
Or was it just a data center?
It was the buildings that we're going to get. It was a hyperscale.
The buildings that we're going to
The
get.
same
Technology changes by the minute. I can almost guarantee you what we're getting. We don't know what we're getting because these guys aren't here either, and they can't tell us if they did know because they're not even Meta. It's going to be different because technology changes. We don't know what the backup generation is going to be. It totally depends on what's available at the time. If AES doesn't have it there when the buildings are up, guess what? We're probably running on generators that makes loud, or diesel, whatever it is. It's going to be noisy. There's absolutely no guarantees. It's open-ended. There is nothing in writing. So even though you guys see, you experience it, did you talk to the people around there and ask them, what did you guys think? Has it been good for you? How is your water? And that stuff. I would strongly suggest you guys doing that too. But I go back to another thing too, Bricker Graydon. Bricker Graydon was chosen because of the depth, knowledge, and fit, and the insights they gave us. If that was true, they would have given us a better deal at the beginning, and they didn't. So yet another reason to pass this petition amendment tonight, amend it, put it on the ballot in November. Do it tonight so it doesn't cost us. I think someone mentioned something earlier like $36,000. That was last year. It's probably a lot more than that. So it would be saving us extra money, and it's going to get there anyway. So do the right thing. The people have spoken. We're not against progress. We're against doing the right thing and getting parameters and environmental stuff, protections in there for us, the citizens.
Thank you for your comment.
Yep. Please amend it.
Mr. Mayor.
I don't believe that it needs to be amended. I believe we just have to pass it as an emergency measure.
Jessica, do we have the ability for this to be on the general election? I know that's the Board of Elections decision, not ours.
There's a couple of things I want to address. Section 135, if you'll allow me a little latitude.
Sure, yes, please.
135 specifically says that the amendment shall be submitted to the electors at the next regular municipal election and held within 60 to 120 days. And if not, then it has to be a special election. The revised code defines a regular municipal election as the election on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November of odd-numbered years. So the next regular municipal election is not until November 2nd of 2027. So regardless of the date, it will be a special election, and I got to talk to the Board of Elections today. I'm not sure if the cost would be reduced if you still chose a day that the board is already having an election, but I did want to put that out there, that it is still considered a special election.
So just so I understand what you just said, if we set the date for the regularly scheduled general election, this particular charter amendment could be voted on that day. However, it would be classified as a special election on a separate ballot.
I don't know if it would be a separate ballot or not. That's a Board of Elections decision. We've already missed the deadline for the general election, so I'm not sure what they would be able to do. If it would be the same ballot or a separate ballot, that's within their purview.
And then regardless, city would pay for that special election.
I'm not sure if it would be the full price or separated. Typically, in a regular election, if the municipality already has something pending, it's split between everybody who's on the election. Do you know?
I would go conservative and plan to pay at least a portion. Ultimately, I think Jessica's right, that's up to the county BOE. Your charter requires 60 to 120 days, so the commission picks a date between 60 and 120 days. Whether the BOE calls that a general election, a special election, that's ultimately up to the BOE. If I were the commission, I'd pick the day. And again, costs, I don't know. I think it's reasonable to anticipate on the front end that you will pay. And then if you get a better result, you get a better result. That will ultimately be determined by the BOE.
If you're willing to make an amendment, I'm willing to second it.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I would request that we amend this to pass this as an emergency measure tonight so that this can get to the Board of Elections tomorrow.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor and a second that this ordinance move from a first reading to the third reading.
Commissioners, you are waiving the
three
three
reading.
reading rule.
Three
You are
reading
not
rule.
passing it as an emergency, or are you doing both? Those are separate.
Okay, well, we're waive the three reading rule. There you go.
So we're going to waive, you're moving to waive the three reading rule
Yeah.
on this, and we have a second for that.
And before, I believe that there are going to be several procedural things that we are going to have to do. One of which is waive the three reading rule, one of which is declaring it an emergency, and the second, or the third is amending it to the date for the general election date.
Yes.
Before we move into those procedurals, my guess is that we probably have several comment cards.
We
And
have-
it-
I have
It
one,
has
and I-
been where we have allowed those to happen, and then we begin the procedural. So if we're in agreement, I'd like them to have their input.
Yeah, I have a comment card from Soleil Larkson.
Hello, Commissioners. When you serve God humbly and faithfully, He will honor your good works. If anyone serves me, let him follow me. And where I am, there my servant will be. If anyone serves me, my Father will honor. I am here as a humble servant of our Lord Jesus Christ. I have been doing healing work in the ministry for 30 years. I have witnessed miracle after miracle after miracle. I am clear that God is with me. I am clear that God is with the citizens of Piqua and that He wants their voices to be heard. This petition is the beginning of a louder voice in Piqua, of a stronger voice, of a more committed voice, a voice that honors one another, not just ourselves, one another. The citizens have been talking and talking and talking and demanding and asking and begging for you guys to have discourse, legitimate, robust conversation, and have been denied for quite some time. You can try to blame it on Mr. Obendorfer, but that won't work. People are awake, they're aware, and they see what's happening. When signatures were being collected, it was fascinating to me that many people came up and they said, you know, Frank DeBoss didn't used to get to answer me. He didn't used to tell me anything. But I asked him recently one question, and he answered me, so I'm not going to sign his recall. Think about that. The people are very forgiving of abuse. They really shouldn't have to be. But think about all of those unanswered questions at the lectern. Think about all of those unanswered prayers, and that God is listening to every prayer. And He's saying the people are speaking, and they're speaking with God. Thank you for considering putting this on this November's election. That is where it belongs. That is where it has been designated. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Jeff Lang.
I think he left.
Looks like Jeff maybe has left the meeting. And I have a comment card from Alicia Lang.
Hello. I would like to begin my public comment by giving Kim Heisler a round of applause. She is an amazing member of this community and a blessing. She is what maybe Soleil would refer to as a miracle. A lot of people have been praying for a miracle. So we have one presented to you today. And I would absolutely encourage the emergency thing, even though whatever the exchange is. I think that would be lovely. I too learned some things, a lot of things about this community during observing the 25 megawatt petition for charter amendment when it was being circulated. And it was very interesting. It seemed like everyone that came up, I mean, everyone came with a purpose, right? They came because they wanted to sign it, or they wanted to know more. Everyone pretty much had a story to share. They had concerns. They were thankful. They didn't, the majority of them didn't just come up and sign. They wanted to come up and share their frustrations, share their appreciation. It was very humbling and a very beautiful experience, and I thank God that I was able to experience that. So I do believe that the hand of God is on all of the wonderful people in Piqua that are fighting for this wonderful town. It is a wonderful town. And that's probably why Meta would want to put its claws in here. So I also appreciate Jeff Lang bringing up ESRG and Nick Warner. It's very interesting. We have public documents that name his sister, Nick Warner's sister, Brittany. And from what I understand, Brittany Warner worked on DeWine's campaign and also had involvement with Jobs Ohio. Very interesting because Jobs Ohio is now being investigated by the state. I don't know if you saw that today. So, and that kind of, DeWine, Jobs Ohio, investigation, energy, First Energy, Chamber of Commerce, Les Wexner, batteries, battery storage, firefighters, fire trucks. I mean, wow. I think we've had enough of all of that. So I'm not in agreement with, I don't believe that this $8 million is a gift. It's not. $8 million, that's what Meta offered the city for new emergency equipment. But look at the day it comes, right? Today, the data center petitions to ban the construction, use, and expansion of data centers and cryptocurrency mining facilities in Piqua. The petitions were filed with the Board of Elections today. Yes. So tonight, this commission has this first reading for a charter amendment that would cap any data center in Piqua at 25 megawatts. What Meta wants here is far bigger than that. This is not generosity. This is Meta and the city of Piqua running scared because we, the people, now have a way to stop this. They are afraid of the people. Last November, you voted this through 4-0 and hid the company's name under non-disclosure, 607 acres, 2 buildings, each the size of 6 football fields. Their own documents said 2 million gallons of our water a day, so I'd like to see whatever you're discussing. They want tonight's story to be a new fire truck. These buildings run on lithium-ion batteries. Firefighters who already work in data center fires have said you can't fight these fires like a house fire. You know, Nick Warner told us that, right? Batteries go boom, right? We've been saying batteries go boom for years, and I don't know if any of you even know why. That was the Wi-Fi password out at the burn site. Batteries go boom.
Thank you for comment.
Thank you.
That concludes the last comment card I have on this ordinance. And now we're going to discuss how you want to proceed on the...
Commissioners, I have one more issue I'd like to bring before you. I was made aware today that there is a case pending before the Supreme Court when it comes to the number of signatures that are acceptable. When it comes to accepting an amendment to a municipal charter. That case is on an expedited basis because it relates to election issues. I expect it to be resolved soon, but it is still pending, and I believe that there's another brief due on Thursday. So I wanted to make you aware that that could change the certification of signatures if there would be a change in the law.
Can we handle all three of these in one?
I'm asking that question. We have...
Can we move to amend this by inserting the date as the November general election, declaring it an emergency, and waiving the 3 reading rule?
Yes.
All in one motion.
Sure.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, no, actually
I do them one at a time.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, no.
One at a time?
Yes.
Okay.
One at a time. So what is the first one you want?
Part one, Mr. Mayor, I move that we waive the 3 reading rule.
Yeah.
Second.
Moved and seconded that the 3 reading rule for ordinance number 0-11-26 be waived tonight. Call for a roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Walker.
Aye.
Mayor Vedder.
No.
Commissioner Wade.
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras.
Aye.
So the first part is approved.
And while we're here, Mr. Mayor, I would move that we pass this as an emergency.
Is there support for that? Are you making that in the form of a motion?
I move that we pass this as an emergency.
Very good. Is there
Second.
support for that?
Second, to add the emergency declaration to it. Correct. Yeah. Second.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. So we'll take a roll call on that.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Walker.
Aye.
Mayor Vedder.
No.
Commissioner Wade.
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras.
Aye.
So that amendment passes, and now we have our third amendment.
One more amendment. Mr. Mayor, I move that we set the election on this ordinance for November 3rd to coincide with the general election.
Do we have to put wording in there that if that date is acceptable to the Board of Elections, or will they just tell us it's not acceptable?
I missed the first part, I'm sorry, what?
Do we have to include wording in there if that date is acceptable at the Board of Elections? Or will they just say it's not possible and I don't?
The Board of Elections would say that it wasn't possible and set a different date.
Okay. Fair enough.
So we're making a recommendation, but the Board of Election will make the final decision
Yes.
on that. Okay?
Just want to clarify
Any
that.
major motion? Is there support for that motion?
A second.
Okay. Moved and seconded that the information be sent to the Board of Elections noting the date of the general election. So we'll take a roll call on that, please.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Walker.
Aye.
Mayor Vedder.
No.
Commissioner Wade.
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras.
Aye.
So the ordinance number O-11-26 is now approved.
Done.
As amended.
No, we got the amendment.
One more.
We got one
Oh,
more.
we have one more, I'm sorry.
And just for a quick comment, I would note that we are not the deciders here. They're the deciders here. We're the conduit. And so that said, I would move, Mr. Mayor, that we pass ordinance O-11-26 as amended.
As amended. Any support for that
Second.
motion?
Second.
Yeah. Moved and seconded. We'll have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Walker.
Aye.
Mayor Vedder.
Aye.
Commissioner Wade.
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras.
Aye.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to resolution number R-94-26.
It's 9 o'clock.
A resolution to levy assessments to pay for the cost of nuisance abatements.
I'm checking to make sure I have no comment cards on this one.
This resolution is brought forth each fall. Majority of the assessments are for mowing grass. Some are also for trash removal, and these assessments will go to the county auditor and will be added to the homeowner's taxes. And just for reference, this year is around 42,500, and last year was around 33,000.
Ouch. I have no comment cards on this resolution. Questions from commission?
None.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number R-94-26.
Second.
Moved and seconded that resolution number R-94-26 be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That resolution is approved. Now we're moving on to resolution number R-95-26.
A resolution to transfer ownership shares of an issued liquor permit from Turnkey Holdings LLC, Sunset Drive-Through located at 122 North Sunset Drive, the North End, Piqua, Ohio, 45356, to O.M. Angeneum of Motor Inn Dine-In LLC, located at 122 North Sunset Drive, Piqua, Ohio.
Good evening, Commissioners. The purpose of this resolution is to see if the commission has an objection to the transfer of ownership.
I have no public comment cards on this resolution. Questions or comments from the commission?
No. That's pretty simple.
Hearing none, we'll call for the question. Is there a motion to approve resolution number R-95-26?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded that resolution number R-95-26 be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Resolution number R-95-26 is approved. Now we're on to resolution number R-96-26.
A resolution to approve the application for a new liquor permit to be issued to Piqua Oil LLC, Piqua Shell, 1935 Covington Avenue, Piqua, Ohio, 45356.
Good evening, Commissioners. The purpose of this resolution is to see if the commission has any objection to the issuance of this new liquor permit.
I have a comment card from Kim Hessler.
Heisler.
I can't read your writing, I'm sorry. It's looks like Harrison from here.
It takes 3 times, so you might get it next
Well,
time.
yeah,
At least you recognized it quicker.
You can print and it'll be a little easier to read your writing.
Yeah, I was in a hurry.
Yeah.
Thanks for your effort to try to make it
Okay.
right. Okay, so I just had a question on this, and I looked it up on the auditor's site. I thought that was outside the city limits. How are we actually doing a liquor license for the city of Piqua when they're outside the limits?
So if you'll suspend, there actually was a question that I had
the
earlier
same
today,
question.
and there is an answer.
What's the answer?
It's because it's still located near the city and has a Piqua address.
Wait a minute, hold up. Wait a minute. We've got lots of people in the townships around us that want to be included with the city co-op in the deal. They're close to the city, but they're not allowed to be a part of the deal. I don't understand, and they got Piqua addresses. So how is this okay here?
We're not approving this liquor permit. That'll be done by the state. We are simply either objecting to it or not. It's issued by the state, not by the city.
If they're outside the city, we shouldn't have a say-so one way or the other.
The state's given us that opportunity. You can take it or you can leave it. I don't know what more to provide you. They're giving you an opportunity to object. If you want to, you can. If you don't, you don't. We didn't bring this to you for our purposes. The state is providing it.
I'm just saying that just opened up a whole can of worms. That's going to be really hard to get out of that.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Jonathan Wessel.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I had the same question about it being outside the city limits. I'm also curious if you could answer what the progress is on the annexation of that property. I know city staff has had some meetings specifically to discuss the annexation of that property, so curious if we can get an update on that. And then my understanding of liquor permits is that there were like quotas, limits, caps per areas, and we had like a special area downtown and all that. So how does this impact that number? Is there a number? If somebody could clarify that. And then Mayor Vedder, I know there's a kind of a theme where you typically vote no on these liquor permits. So I'm just hoping that you could just elaborate on maybe what some of that rationale is and enlighten us. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Chris can comment on the annexation question.
I can. Early on, as the site developer expressed their interest in redeveloping this site, as you know, was the former McDonald's. Obviously, it's located in the county. Their timeline and plans that they were submitting for permitting was all through the county because that's the jurisdiction with the authority, right? And so in the meantime, they approached the city and asked, they indicated they'd like to hook into city water and sewer as part of the improvements they're making. So for that to be able to happen, they would need to execute an annexation agreement. We've given them a draft document. They've sent it back. We will need to, the next step will be to bring that to the city commission. And it'll be up to you if you want to entertain their request to allow for that annexation agreement to be approved. If it were approved, it would allow them to proceed with hooking into the water and sewer as they move forward with the annexation proceedings.
Can someone comment on the number of liquor permits available in a jurisdiction? I don't know that personally.
I don't know the current number. The last time that I had looked, which was a couple of months ago, there were pending. I don't think that there were enough. There was a wait list on certain permit types. I don't know if that would, again, be determined by the Department of Liquor Control.
Okay. And I will comment on my response. My response is I think we have enough liquor permits in town, and therefore I consistently vote no on those. Other questions?
I don't have a question, but I would like to move to table this until the annexation. Oh,
I will check.
Sorry.
Right there. There it is.
Underneath the other one.
Please.
Mr. Smeezing, thank you so much for elaborating on annexation. Did you know that on July the 12th, I put in a FOIA request asking for information about annexation on 36 to Washington Newberry Road, Washington Newberry Road to Piqua Clayton and Spiker, and 185? Were you aware of that? Probably not. I haven't gotten those FOIA requests information asking about those annexations yet. Kind of disturbing, seeing as how I know there's property being sold around me right now for development for the city of Piqua. Imagine that. In the meantime, you also said that they want to tie into the city's water and sewer. Mr. Smeezing, I worked at that McDonald's when it was built. Guess what? It was on city water and sewer then. So what is the problem with all of this? Besides the fact that property is being bought and sold in secret. And let me tell you guys, I'm going to tell you right now here publicly. I have a very small farm. My husband is a totally disabled, 100% war veteran, retired from the military. that American taxpayers put $100,000 worth of work into my home to make it handicap accessible, and my husband and I put another $150,000 worth of work into that home to make sure that we could live there the rest of our lives. I understand that there's a development earmarked for the property around me that will completely disrupt our lives to the point that it will make it difficult at best to try to stay living there. It will destroy our well to start with. We bought that home to stay there for life so that we could be a part of the Piqua community that I was born and raised in. And the leadership of this community has failed me miserably. I'm so disappointed that our economic developer is doing the things that are being done behind our backs without our knowledge. You, Mr. DeBras, did not know about an annexation either. That's disappointing, and it's hurtful. It's hurtful. I have a 1.75% interest rate on my mortgage, and I have less than 10 years to pay on my mortgage till I'm paid off. I will be 60 years old in December. I don't want to have to move and start over because I can't afford it, and I sure as hell can't touch a mortgage rate or interest rate like that ever again. But that's okay, because we don't respect our veterans, we don't respect our elderly, and we don't respect our disabled people in this community, and it is pretty evident. More importantly, we don't respect when people request a Freedom of Information Act. I'm just beyond floored. I'm so glad that I saw this here tonight. And I'm so glad that I got to learn who the real problem is in this community. Thank you.
I have a comment card from Natalie Young.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond? The developer for the site, the former McDonald's, came to us and expressed their interest in being able to hook into city water and sewer. The reason for that is that the way it was previously developed, you had the Kmart, and you had Kroger's, and you had McDonald's. And the water main and sewer that served the site came in, I believe, near the Kroger area. And the water connection to the McDonald's and Kmart were part of a private system. The new ownership interest in those three parcels, and they're three separate parcels, does not care to entertain the convenience store's interest in hooking in through their private system. So because they're not able to do that, they would like to go out to the street and connect into the water main and the sewer main where one would ordinarily connect their service lines and laterals. That's the nature of why they're making that request.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah. You know, you said that these guys have a Piqua address. You know, see this phone right here? It's got a 206 area code. Nobody from Seattle sends me salmon. You know? I think we're putting the cart before the horse. If we're going to annex it, let's annex it. And then we can work on this. So I would move that we table this.
Know what you're annexing.
No, quiet, please. I have a comment card from Natalie Young.
I just wanted to follow up on Jonathan Wessel's comment, because I believe it was either 2 meetings ago or 3 meetings ago, Mr. Vetter, that you voted against even transferring a liquor license for a downtown business that I believe is even in your ward. So I would just like to remind you that you're not up here to vote for your personal opinions. You're here to represent your constituents. And so just saying that you think we have too many liquor licenses and that's your hands-down answer is a very poor answer. Thank you.
All right, now we will have additional questions from Commission in reference to R-96-26.
My only question here is for clarification on what's actually in front of us. And I believe that is whether or not we have any objections to this particular gas station convenience store having a liquor license. Do I understand that correctly?
That is correct, and your response is due by August 31st of 2026.
Okay. Well, I personally do not have issues with them having a liquor license.
So are you making a motion to
I
approve?
I have a problem with that being done before it's annexed.
Yeah.
So I would like to move to table this until the annexation is done.
Okay. Moved and seconded that R-96.
Mr. Mayor, the objections, so the way this works is that you, as a local legislative authority, get notice from the Ohio Department of Commerce through Liquor Control that somebody has attempted to transfer or will be transferring a liquor permit. They give, it's not just legislative authorities, it's other, like schools get notification too if you're within a certain number of feet. You have X amount of days, typically 30 days, to respond back to the Department of Commerce and object, request a hearing, things like that. At that point, I believe Jessica would file or work on a letter or something to that equivalent that would say what the objection is based on. So if you table it, I'm not saying you can't, I'm just saying that I believe the next commission meeting would then be beyond the date that you have to object.
So one suggestion might be to reject it as opposed to tabling it.
If a majority of the commission's inclination is to have some type of hearing or objection, the best way to do that would be to object tonight instead of tabling.
Yeah, okay. Questions or comments?
Well, my only comment is, so it's not annexed in now, but if we approve this liquor permit, and I do know the state has limits on how much liquor permits you can have in a given area, would that change? Does that affect this at all?
I don't know what the ultimate conclusion would be from the Department of Commerce. My educated guess would be that if you don't object, they would probably pass it because there would be no opposition. I can't answer whether or not they check for the prior permits and how many are in X addresses or X wards. I have no idea.
Okay. And again, the question in front of us is whether or not we have any objections.
Yes.
Not whether or not we approve it. That's not our authority. That's
Exactly.
the state's. Okay.
Any additional comments or questions? How do you wish to respond to resolution number R-96-26?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution number R-96-26.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded that resolution number R-96-26 be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
Nay. 3-2, I think. That resolution is approved.
I don't like it. Says you.
Now we're looking at resolution number R-97-26.
A resolution to authorize the city manager to execute an amendment to a contract with Hutton Piqua, Ohio Street LLC for the purchase, sale of real property.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. Tonight, before you is an amendment to a purchase and sale agreement that was previously passed with Resolution R-77-25. We are amending that agreement that was passed at that time to specifically include some obligations on the buyer to reimburse the power system for work that needs to be done to accommodate the improvements to the property in question. So this is the property that is out. It's a combination of the China East and the old tire shop there. Hutton Piqua OHST LLC is a developer who wishes to bring a Wawa gas station to that location. The power system has some substantial power line movements that need to be done to accommodate that request. The previous agreement did not. It outlined some improvements that needed to be done to the relocating the water line. It mentioned some other improvements, but this amendment just very specifically spells out that they will be reimbursing the power system for any time, overhead, material cost incurred to move the power lines.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Valerie Mulligan.
She's left. I believe she left.
Yes. Looks like she's not here. Additional comments or questions from commission?
This is, they're going to reimburse every cost that we have out of pocket. When is that payment going to be made? When the work is finished? When the project is done?
Yeah, so we'll have to, figure up the bill. It's something that we do frequently for when we send crews out on a storm, things like that. So it's a process that we have. There's no time outlined in this. There is a provision that states that we won't connect the station to, we won't heat them up until they have reimbursed us. So that's kind of the end game there.
Just wanted to make sure there was a way to make sure we got paid.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And they've been agreeable to this.
Other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll ask your pleasure on resolution number R-98-26.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution number R-97-26.
27. I misquoted, it was 27. Thank you. We have a second to that?
Second.
Motion and a second to approve resolution number R-97-26. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The resolution is approved. Now we'll move to resolution number R-98-26.
A resolution authorizing the interim city manager to prepare and submit an application to participate in the Ohio Public Works Commission state capital improvement and/or local transportation improvement programs, and to execute contracts as required for the Boone, Garbry, Hem, and Lennox Water Improvement Project.
Good evening, Commission. This resolution before you today is to allow is authorizing us to submit for a grant to the Ohio Public Works Commission, OPWC, for the Boone, Garbry, Hem, and Lennox Water Improvements Project. This is a project the engineering team and the utilities team has put together to make water systems improvements throughout the city. This would look at replacing a 6-inch unlined cast iron main on Lennox Street, a 2-inch galvanized iron line on Boone Street between Caldwell and Downing Street, provide an interconnection on Hem Road between Roosevelt and Lee Avenue, and also provide a secondary redundant line for between I-75 and the Great Miami River, which is only currently served by one line. The cost would be distributed in 2027 for the design and 2028 for the construction. We need this authorization to apply for the grant. We are asking for $600,000 for what is estimated to be a $1.25 million project.
I have no public comment card on this resolution. Questions from commission?
My only question is, why are we asking for the full amount? Is there a local match to the grant?
Yeah, so there's a scoring system with OPWC grant submission. If you ask for the, say, we ask for $1.2 million, our score is going to be significantly lower. Typically, we ask for $500,000 to $600,000. We asked for, I believe, $600,000 in 2024, received it. We asked for $700,000 in 2025 and received it. The reason why we asked for $600,000 is there's a scoring drop-off at the 50% mark, so we're asking for less than 50% of the project, and hopefully will allow us to be able to secure the grant.
Perfect, thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the question of resolution number R-98-26.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of the motion to approve resolution number R-98-26 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That resolution is approved. Next, we'll look at resolution number R-99-26.
A resolution vacating a utility easement for parcel ID N44-076556.
Commission, this resolution is to vacate a 20-foot utility easement located at 1841 West High Street. The property owner is currently looking and is looking at constructing an addition to their existing building structure. This easement would be located within that building addition. Our utilities team has reviewed it, and there are currently no active utility within that utility easement, and feel there's no need for that utility easement for the future. This went to Planning Commission and was passed 3-0. Recommendation of approval. I'll answer any questions.
I have a public comment card from Richard Price. Okay.
I'm going to pass, but I'm going to say sorry for my profanity.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I only swore once of the other time.
We'll accept your apology for one. That's good.
I have a question. There are no it's just bare land. There are no infrastructure there at all.
In Exhibit A, there's the plat and the existing, this used to be a bunch of different lots. At one point, there were multiple lots that were combined, and this used to split basically between two lots. Throughout that process, this easement hasn't been utilized for anything and was never vacated. This is kind of more just a cleanup, because at this point, they don't want a utility easement where part of their building is going to be.
Thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none, how do you choose to respond to resolution number R-99-26?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number R-99-26.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that resolution number R-99-26 be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The resolution is approved. Now we'll look at resolution number R-100-26.
A resolution amending Resolution Number R-82-26 and authorizing the interim city manager to enter into a contract with Fishbeck Engineering for I-75 Exit Development Area Master Planning and Engineering Services Phase 3.
Mayor Vetter, I'll be providing the staff report on this for Kevin Craney, who's unable to make it tonight. This is a resolution amending the previous resolution number R-82-26 that was approved on August 4th, authorizing the interim city manager to enter into a contract with Fishbeck Engineers for the I-75 exit development and area master planning and engineering services, and this would be the Phase 3 of the continued street work design, Washington and Farrington widening in the roundabout in that area. And Ryan can speak to the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What happened here was this was passed back in July. It had all the whereas language, but it didn't have the substantive order language below it due to a formatting error. So what we've done is presented you with an amended resolution that has the same substantive materials. It just corrects that formatting error and has the substantive language at the bottom.
I have a couple of public comment cards. Kim Heisler.
I just want to make this quick. Under the background here, it says, money spent will be reimbursed back to Piqua through several escrow accounts set up between J5 LLC and the city of Piqua. I thought it was supposed to be in the escrow account before we could spend any money. Just saying, that's backwards. Maybe you guys could tell me why it's backwards, and is that really how it's happening? That'd be great.
Thank you. I have a comment
Mr.
card.
Mayor.
Yeah, the money has already initially been deposited into the escrow bank accounts, and then as it is spent, we do draw that out of the escrow accounts to reimburse ourselves. So the initial deposit of soft cost for this phase as well has already been deposited into the escrow bank accounts.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Richard Price. I have no other comment cards. Other questions from commission? Hearing none, we'll call for a comment about resolution number R-100-26. Is there support for that?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded that resolution number R-100-26 be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
Let's take a roll call.
Commissioner Simmons,
Nay.
Commissioner Walker,
Aye.
Mayor Vetter,
Aye.
Commissioner Wade,
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras.
Aye.
The resolution is approved. We have now concluded the new business of the evening. Can we have the city manager's report?
Mayor, I would like to take a break before we go on.
We are past the 9 o'clock time. You're comfortable to take a break, come back?
If we're going to continue on with this, I need the break.
I hear you. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Probably not.
Alex.
Yeah, I hear it now.
to a mosquito sample that was collected in Piqua that tested positive for West Nile virus. The treatment helps reduce the mosquito population and minimize the potential for disease transmission. And the upcoming dates for fogging are August 31st and September 14th. And so residents may see fogging trucks operating throughout the evening and overnight hours for that. The second phase of the planned closure on Washington Road has begun a few weeks ahead of schedule. Washington Road between Drake Road and Valsman Road is now closed. Local traffic continues to have access to homes and businesses within the area and work zone, and construction is expected to be completed by September 28th. We are relaunching the Piqua Government Academy after a hiatus of several years. The program provides residents with an opportunity to learn about local government through a series of interactive sessions with city staff. The academy is designed to strengthen communication, foster positive relationships between residents and the city staff, and encourage greater civic engagement. The free program is open to residents who reside within the Piqua city limits and are age 18 and older on a first-come, first-served basis. Sessions are held on Monday evenings from September 14th to November 10th. And to apply and for additional information, visit piquaoh.gov/government academy for that. Applications are open through, applications are still open for residents interested in serving on the Charter Review Committee. The committee consists of one representative from each of the city's 5 wards, along with up to 4 at-large members. And for more information or to apply for that, visit piquaoh.gov/boards. The city of Piqua has been awarded a $700,000 grant through the Ohio Public Works Commission to support a $4.2 million water infrastructure improvement project on North Sunset Drive and West High Street, where the water main breaks have been occurring. The project also includes replacement of the Franz Ditch head wall and a sanitary sewer extension. The city of Piqua will provide the remaining funding for the project, and construction is expected to begin in the fall of 2027. The Parks and Recreation Department is demolishing the playground at Shawnee Park this week due to damaged equipment and to make way for new equipment. Additional information regarding the installation of the new playground equipment and reopening will be shared as it becomes available. We invite the public to join us as we celebrate Piqua Fire Department's 150 years of service with a ceremony rededicating its flagpole and fallen firefighter memorial. This ceremony is at 8 a.m. this Friday, August 21st, and an open house will follow until 10 a.m. The service will be held at the flagpole on the west side of the fire department. The community is also invited to Piqua's first The Longest Table event from 4 to 6 p.m. Saturday, August 29th on High Street between Wayne and Main. This free event brings people together for a shared meal and conversation. Tables and chairs are provided and guests bring food for themselves and an optional dish to share. The gathering occurs immediately before the final free show in the Lock 9 concert series. Piqua City offices will be closed this Thursday, August 20th, from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. to allow city employees to attend the annual employee appreciation event. And that would be the end of the report. And I also just remind you to share the update regarding the city manager recruitment in your
Yes.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners' comments. Mr. Simmons, start.
Yeah. So, let's see, we got AES is going to give us $1 million. And we got Meta going to give us $8 million. And there's other figures being floated out there. But the one thing that keeps just banging in my head, what's a man's integrity worth? Thank you.
No comment. Okay. Mr. DeBrus?
I would like to remind everyone that the Power Projects Back to School Bash will be this Sunday, August 23rd, from 1 to 4 at Lock 9 Park. It said the event is for all Piqua City School students. if Mrs. Mitchell responds to me before we gabble out of here, I asked the question if that includes Piqua Catholic school students as well. If I get that clarification, I will announce it. Oh, it does. There we go. Thank you.
Mr. Wade?
I have none.
I'll have my final comments. Yesterday, we announced that 2 finalists in our search for Piqua's next city manager. This is a very important step in our effort to select a leader who will help guide our community's future with integrity, vision, and deep commitment to public service. We want our residents to have a meaningful opportunity to engage in the process. On August 28th, we will hold 2 community engagement events, a conversation with small groups of selected community stakeholders, and an open house to everyone, to our community from 6 to 7 p.m. I invite residents to attend the open house. This will be a chance for you to meet the finalists, ask questions, share your perspectives, your insights on the matter, and your involvement helps to ensure that our next city manager reflects the values and priorities of Piqua. Secondly, I'd like to have kind of a nice event in Piqua. Construction is underway in a major expansion of the Hartzell Hardwoods located at the corner of Roosevelt and Clark Avenue. This new building construction will include 141,000 square foot warehouse space for Hartzell Hardwoods and 15,000 square feet office space that will serve as a new headquarters for the business. The worldwide leaders in walnut and top quality thick lumber, a 6th-generation family-owned business, has been a mainstay of the Piqua business community, having recently celebrated 150 years in operation. And lastly, this past week, the Chamber of Commerce hosted 3 ribbon cuttings. On Point Accounting, celebrating their new office located at 326 West High Street. Lighthouse on the Lock in downtown Piqua, celebrating their opening of their new outdoor dining space. And Buckle Clothing Store, celebrating its reopening in its new location at the Miami Valley Crossing. We wish all 3 businesses continued success and thank them for being a part of our business community. With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the business portion of our meeting.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, saying. We are adjourned from the business meeting. Are we prepared to move on into the non-agenda section? I say yes. I have several comment cards for that. Looks like Mr. Hudson has left us. And Valerie Mulligan.
She's left.
She's left as well. And I have a comment card from Alicia Lang.
I love the First Amendment, and I love public comment. I wanted to include that in my comment. So I'm going to pick up where I left off about these batteries in data centers, because they're scary. Those batteries, they actually could explode. Remember, we were talking about batteries go boom? So $8 million doesn't change that, right? $8 million does not stop batteries from going boom. You've had months to face this town. You waited until, well, they waited until the petitions hit the Board of Elections. Maybe you thought you could just, I don't know, sneak this through, that we had no chance of stopping this, but I think you've all underestimated we the people. And I believe Meta has also underestimated we the people. Maybe Meta is used to spending lots and lots of money and getting their way, but some things money can't buy. It seems as though all of you can be bought, and that is very upsetting. Mr. Simmons is shaking his head no. Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Because, yeah, clap for him. Integrity is priceless. So, this is not a gift. Nothing about this is honorable. No environmental impacts or concerns have been addressed. and no one just gives away $8 million. Meta needs Piqua to have these vehicles because when their facility catches on fire, it's our firefighters who will answer that call. That's not a donation. It's a down payment on their own liability. They're presenting it as a gift, and that is incredibly insulting for everyone in this town that's smart enough to do the math. And I think that's all of us. So I wanted to say thank you to a town in Ohio called Asheville. I don't know if you're familiar with Asheville. Asheville was just recently in the news. So way to go, citizens of Asheville. We, the people of Piqua, stand with you. They went to the Supreme Court in Ohio, and it was ruled that it was illegal for the people in Asheville, their city leadership, to waive the 3 reading rule and pass a data center as an emergency. So thank you, Asheville, for setting precedent. That's great. And let's keep going, communities we're all in this together. So thank you, Asheville. I would like to make a verbal records request for the 19 records requests that still are unfulfilled from 23 and 24 that I have been trying to get. That would be great. I'm still waiting. And I also am curious because there was a lot of dialogue over here with our city law director and then the outsourced attorney, right? Is that who he was, right? Okay, so another verbal records request. I would like the outgoing payments to the legal support for our law director since the date of her employment. Also, I would like to, Mr. Byron, Chief Byron, interim city manager Byron, I have a question about the camera and visitor parking. Do you anticipate on getting a camera on visitor parking? Because I've been trying to have a dialogue with you, I don't know, about 1 million times it feels like. So I don't really think that's a big ask. So I noticed that there was new camera equipment being ordered, but I didn't see an additional camera that would cover visitor parking. So I'm concerned about that because when I was up here talking to you guys, an air tag was put on my car illegally because you're not allowed doing that. And just lo and behold, I can't get footage of it because you guys don't have footage of visitor parking. Crazy, right? So I would really like to suggest that there's a camera in visitor parking. I'm also aware of a situation where, I think I've shared this already, a couple was trying to do an exchange with their minor child out here, and they needed the footage, and guess what? They didn't have, once again, footage because there's no camera. So I think that needs to be very high priority, okay? So, another concern, because I think it feels like people trust me with relaying messages that maybe they're not brave enough or feel comfortable enough coming up here and addressing with you. So I don't know if this is factual information or if it's hearsay or what, but I would love it for you to get the answers. Thank you. Appreciate that. That was nice. Regarding the 2 finalists that you have, because I don't like misinformation. I would like rumors to be cleaned up. Why wait until the end of the month? Let's find out now. So some folks from Vandalia were concerned about the candidate with the background in Vandalia because allegedly he was asked to resign So I think that would be maybe a question that I have and others brought to me. I think it's a great question. The other guy, Springfield residents reached out. I thought they were kidding and was like, dude, I'm gonna need a link or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that sounded crazy. So if you could find out if dude is involved in what they call Wienergate in Springfield, that would be wonderful. Apparently, from how I understand it, a city manager pulled out his scrotum and put it on someone's mouth while they were sleeping. And there is a rumor that this finalist took photos of it, and they're being investigated by BCI. So I think that would be very embarrassing to hire someone from Wienergate. But I don't know. So if you could look into that, that would be phenomenal.
Thanks for your comment.
Thank you.
I have a comment card from Kim Heisler.
Okay, so back to robust conversations, which are, as of lately, non-existent. I just wanted to mention, I did send you guys, and I think it was late July, I thought I had it in here, I'm not exactly sure, but it had a question asking about the city manager process. What was it? And even actually sent you some questions that Mr. Oberdorfer was asked in his when he actually went to two other places, so that you could get an idea of the questions that was asked, how he was interviewed, and stuff like that. I wanted to find out, you know, what the process was, if there was going to be, you know, a town hall, or is there any way maybe the citizens could actually be a part of it. And I sent it to all 5 of you guys. I got one response from Mr. Weed. And at the end of it, I actually said, please respond. So please, each one of you respond, or something like that. Because I write you guys, but like here, there's no robust conversation, and I got one response back. Does that mean that you other 4 didn't get it? There was no response. So the communication has to get better. I mean, a communication is only a communication when it goes both ways. And it's frustrating to be on one side, to even know, did I get the right address? Is it the right email address? I saw something the other day that was actually, and I don't know if it's changed since the city manager has left, but has the email address changed from com1ward at piquaoh.gov?
Com, Ward 2 Com, yeah.
Or to, okay, so that's the same?
Not anymore.
What?
Apparently, we're not doing that anymore.
You're not doing that anymore?
Yeah.
But I got a response from you.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, do you guys know if it's being used anymore? Are you guys getting emails from people?
Yes, it's my understanding that they both work.
They both work. Okay, so I also saw one that, like, for instance, was frank.debross at Piqua OH. Is that one also?
Yes.
So there's Ward 1 com at, there's frank.debross at, and then there's also f.debross at.
I don't know that.
Okay. Well, it's always good to have, maybe you could, like, out there on the commission, on the Piqua website, it would be really good when you go to commissioners, it actually, I think, has like the phone numbers of you guys, and then it says, click here for an email. Maybe if you could put the email address on there also, instead of, I mean, it'd be really good to have your phone numbers, your email, everything about you guys just right there, and so that we can visually see that if in fact we're not getting a response, you guys are making that conscious decision not to write us back. I think that would be great. But it would be great if everybody would respond when I ask, hey, just let me know if you received it. And Frank, you usually do, but you didn't on that one. Paul, you usually do
I
too.
usually call you.
Yeah. Well, and actually, I take that back. You maybe did call me and didn't recognize that as being a response. I don't remember. But anyways, conversation is really good. And thank you guys again for making the amendment and getting that on the ballot in November. I really, really appreciate it. And it's going to go a long way with people too, so, in the whole process. So thank you guys.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Natalie Young.
A second.
7. Oh, stupid
I have a
line.
question that has nothing to do with data centers or anything like that. Why is the levee leaking? At the bottom of Park and Echo, right? I know why it originally happened, but it's been leaking for days. It's done this for at least 2 years now. I know I pick up a kid from football every day right there at the bottom, and I just think, I mean, I'm not like an environmental specialist here, but erosion seems to be happens quickly. I don't know. It's leaking. Are you guys aware? I just want to make sure you're aware.
I'm aware now.
Okay. If there's a solution, or if they're even discussing it, I'm not sure. It's been, this is at least the second year, right? Does anybody know? This is at least the second year it's been leaking.
Chief? Yeah, in reference to that, I know Kevin Craney is aware of the leak, and it has been going on for a long time. They've done tests to try to determine where it's at, and they haven't located it yet. They keep moving down the levee as they test, and eventually they're going to get to it, but they have not yet. But it requires the water level to be a certain height before it leaks in order for them to try that. So you can't test continuously unless the levels are up. So that's as much as I am aware of that, the solution.
Sure. I have a comment card from Jonathan Wessel.
Oh, come on, you stupid thing. I hate this timer.
Good evening. I won't need that much time, but if you guys find the leak, you should get that, like, slap it on flex tape. Remember that guy
Flex
from the
tape.
infomercial? We could probably get some for free, do like a whole promo thing. I think it'd work out pretty well. One thing, quick comment on the McDonald's, I'll call it the McDonald's property. Maybe I wasn't clear early on. I actually think the city should annex the property. Obviously, it's been a mess for a number of years, so I think having the opportunity for city code enforcement to now have purview over that property, maybe inches closer to some of the property behind it, I think would actually be a good thing. That's one of the entrances into our cities. Into our city, we used to have a sign up that said, like, not in the city of Piqua.
Not in the city.
It'd be really cool if we could just put up a welcome to Piqua sign and have it be a great entrance to the town. I do appreciate the last couple of meetings, a little bit more of the back and forth, especially right after the public comment. I do think that over time, they'll actually improve the efficiency of the meetings. It'll keep people from coming up here and just kind of asking the same questions over and over again. I do think you guys should reevaluate the comment cards the same way. I think sometimes people get up here because they already fill out a card, so they kind of feel like they have to. So I would definitely consider that. There were some questions that were asked during, seems like 10 of these AES meetings. I do think that you guys should look at some legislation on what we're going to do with that $1 million franchise fee. I don't think it should go into the general fund. It should just kind of go into whatever. I don't know what that answer is. You guys should talk about it, some different options. If it could be used somehow, some way to offset that PCA, the power cost adjustment, I think that would be the best, most appropriate use of that money. I know it's not going to go far, but it's got to be something. Maybe it could be used to help people with high bills, or somebody who had a water leak and they're stuck with the, I don't know what it is, but I would do something with that. Same thing for this $8 million that's going to go to our safety services department. If you guys remember back, this is a while ago. I have not been up
That's
here for
not you.
7 minutes. If you remember way back when, we had a post-recession SAFER grant, if you remember that, SAFER. And we used that grant and we hired some firefighters and paramedics. I think it was like 6 employees. But there was only a 2-year grant. And so then when the 2-year grant ended, we were in a tough spot. And we had to go out and get the safety services levy that we now have today. So I want to make sure that we don't end up in that same situation. So just like the $1 million franchise fee, ask you guys to really carefully plan out how that $8 million could be used. I know we already started that capital fund towards a fire truck. We should keep putting money into that. We should not let this money just go and we might be in another pickle in 5 or 10 years. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm going to time you by that.
You're up.
So I'm going to do it like the kids do it. Kids being like Alicia and Natalie, the youngsters. So this is a news story from WDTN. So it is from 6th of June, 2024. Vandalia, Ohio. Dan Wendt, city manager of Vandalia, will resign following a special city council meeting on Wednesday, June 5th. This after the motion was voted on by members of the council. The meeting agenda states that the session was held for the consideration of appointment, employment, discipline, promotion, or compensation of a public official. The reason that this consideration was brought to the attention of the city council is unknown at this time. During the session, council members went into 2 executive sessions, once following a public hearing and then again upon Wendt's request. Following the second executive session, the council voted 7-0 on a motion that prompted Wendt's resignation from the position effective following the completion of a settlement agreement. Wendt will be on paid administrative leave from now until the executive execution of the settlement agreement. And then it says Ron Cron will be the interim city manager. So how would you guys get to him being one of the finalists with that kind of stink on him? It doesn't make any sense. You go from somebody who was fired 26 months ago, to he's gonna be our guy. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, especially knowing that you passed up the guy that can solve your problems, Mr. Bill Lutz. You totally passed him up, eminently more qualified. And then I'll kind of piggyback on what Alicia said. The fellow from Springfield, he's got stink on him too, right? He probably is going to be at least deposed in a criminal case. Is that the guy that you choose to? I almost think it's a joke, honestly. And right now I know I'm talking to YouTube because I want people in Piqua to know this. This is what you guys did, right? You went through 180 applications and you got 2 guys, one that was fired from his previous job 26 months ago. 7-0. That's not a little thing. 7-0? There was nobody that wanted the guy around. He got the job in West Carrollton, by the way, because he hired the assistant city manager at Vandalia. She went to West Carrollton, became the city manager, and when he was looking for a job, he became the assistant city manager at West Carrollton. So I don't know why you got, well, I'm going to just put it this way. You probably do know all that, and you selected him anyways. So you need to call Bill Lutz, and you need to beg him to come and work for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I respond to, Mr. Mayor, can I respond to him? So, Damon?
Yeah.
Bill Lutz had my support.
Well, good. Well, good. Talk to your colleagues here, because they missed it somewhere.
Let him who has ears to hear.
There you go.
I have a comment card from Katie Wagner.
Damon, I'm up here to just echo everything you said. I am from Springfield. My entire family still lives in Springfield. I would like to just look into it. Look into it. It's everywhere. Do not hire him. And then I also saw the thing about Vandalia. Did you find those in the city notes, Damon? Press release. Well, I even looked up the city meeting agenda and minutes. Go back to Bill Lutz, because I will just say this now. I don't have it on recording, but I do have another witness for this conversation that I had, and it was an elected official within Troy City, the city of Troy, and he goes, I understand you don't like Paul Oberdorfer. I get it. I was like, no. It's not that I don't like him. I don't like what he's done. I don't like the decisions that he's made. And he's gone on and on and on to tell me about how Paul was pressured into making decisions. And he said, you know what? He said that if he had to make one more decision, if he was pressured into making one more decision, then he was gone, and that's why he resigned. So I just want to know, like, is this person who's an elected official, and I will name names if I have to, but I'm not going to right now because I like to protect people as best I can. Who's lying? Who's pressuring him to making decisions? Is that why Bill's not on the finalists? Because he won't just roll over? Like, why? Who's pressuring somebody to make decisions? Or is Paul just talking out of his behind and trying to win over people in Troy? I am trying to figure out who. Why not Bill? Because he won't roll over? I'm just saying, and I can tell you who the witness is to the conversation. Anything? No?
Can't say a word. It happened in executive session.
Great. Okay. Just please don't hire those two people. Like, it's very clear that they are not the people for you. And it's okay to say, we are wrong, and go back. And it's okay. It won't hurt your ego, I promise. Get more applications. Get more applications.
Thanks for your comment. That's the last comment card I have for the evening. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
I'm gone.
We are adjourned.
And I have that.